2019 at 7 p.m. Please stand for the prayer by, well, first we're going to do the oath of office, so you can be up here with us tonight. We have a Councilman Rob Baker was just appointed. And the oath of office will be administered. And I think we did that already, but we're going to do it with the audience and the residents here today. So who will be doing that today for us?
Doing that, Brian's just stepped out very quickly to get the paperwork.
Okay. You want to come up, Councilman Baker? We are super excited about him being here. So while they're getting that set up, I want to let everybody know, please put your phones on silent during the council meeting. And all conversations, please step out, or we will ask you to be excused. We want to continue to have order while we're in here and respect.
Charter and ordinance of the city of Eastpointe. Furthermore, I do solemnly swear to perform the duties of councilperson for the city of Eastpointe according to the best of my ability. Congratulations and welcome.
Well, you might as well. Well, let me give you a handshake and say congratulations. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. And please, going forward, can everyone please stand? We're going to do the invocation, and after that, we're going to do the pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be done by Councilwoman Sarah Lucido. Let's please bow our heads.
Dear God, we thank you for all of the blessings and gifts you have given us. It is good to recognize how different we are, our talents, our dreams, our backgrounds, our occupations. No one is exactly like anyone else. Even our thumbprint and our voice track tell us how unique we are. Yet we thank you that we can take these differences and utilize them for the good of our community. In our differences, we can think of the same thoughts and move together toward a common goal. We thank you for our individuality and also for our common bond that works toward the betterment of the city of Eastpointe. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, before we go towards our agenda and the roll call, we have a proclamation for the School Board Appreciation Month. So anytime we do a proclamation, it's just letting people know that we want to give them recognition. And we're super excited about that. So I'm trying to find the person's name on here. Why is it not on here? Yeah, I'm going to go down there and read it. I'm trying to find the person's name, and why is it not in here? Mr.
I have the original here.
Okay, what's the person's name, and why it's not on here?
No? This is what I was getting. Is this the one we're looking for?
What's their name on here? Why is their name is not on here?
Could be because it's the school board.
Okay.
As a whole. School board, yeah.
So we're doing a school board recognition. Can you guys please stand? And when the person we give it, can council get come down to? I'm
I'll take a picture.
What are we doing? Picture?
I thought we were going to get a picture of the school board and the mayor.
Thank you. We still have to sign these though.
Yes.
Remind me to sign. We all have to sign that, okay?
Saw him with his phone up.
Okay. Okay, thank you, council. Thank you so much. Everybody gets one of those. Mr. Fairbrother, can you please start the roll call, please?
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico,
Here.
Councilperson Lucido,
Here.
Councilperson Curley, Councilperson Baker.
Next item is the approval of the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I had one item to add that was passed out to us just now regarding the Habitat for Humanity Ford Fund project. It's regarding the Planning Commission to consider a few things for that. So if we could put that on the agenda, motion to add that to the agenda.
So that would be O
Support.
for Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, it's to direct the Planning Commission to consider and make recommendations for revision of Section 50-70, minimum floor area, and 50-169, exterior building and wall materials to allow for a greater variety of house size and appearance.
Anything else? Seeing none, I got a motion and got support. Please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker.
Next item is the hearing of the public. We will open the hearing of the public. You will come up to the podium. You get 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you live, please. Anybody would like to speak? The hearing of the public is now open.
Good evening, Mary Hall Rayford, Eastpointe. I have come before you tonight to remind you of something I heard the night of November 11th. And that was the fact that it had been a while since the city had been in really good financial standing. And I heard several admonitions from several residents talk about, we don't want to slide backward. And I'm concerned now that with 4 items on this agenda up for discussion from I, J, K, and L, that spending seems to be an issue of vanity rather than necessity, and I don't understand how it benefits the residents. So I would encourage you to take good stewardship over taxpayer dollars and be mindful of the fact that as a public servant, it is your responsibility to serve the public and not be served. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Hi.
evening, Madam Mayor,
Good evening.
Council.
Please state your
name
name. Oh, I'm sorry, go
My name
ahead.
is Demetria Leet. I'm a Detroit resident, and I'm also a Block Club president. And I would like to say a few things that I've noticed other cities, because I visit other cities for council meetings. Other mayors have other benefits and perks. Say, for instance, the mayor in Warren, he has a very nice yearly income, $128,000, but he got a 14% increase. Now, the mayor of Centerline, on the other hand, he only makes $85,000, but he also got a $13,000 increase. Plus, he has a car allowance. But 7 months ago in the meeting, his allowance was rejected for the increase of $20,000 increase. So they only approved $13,000 of that for that mayor in Centerline. Now, I just want to add, like, were the city, like, going to, out of fairness, have Madam Mayor any other car allowances or same and such as the neighboring cities, out of all fairness? Because I feel that Madam Mayor, as city mayors as other cities have something like the same as her in the community. She serviced and worked hard for this community as council. And she does have police record background with an impeccable record. She has 4-H, what I seen her do 4-H and Clever Clovers. She's worked a lot with the community, done backpack rallies, and I think she forgot a few other things. She's also a MOPS mom. MOPS stands for Mothers of Preschoolers. That means she cares about kids in the community. And that means a lot, because when it starts with our youth, that cares about our future. And that's where I started as well. I started with the children. And I was able to reach out to the adults that way. If that was a way, that was my way of getting to them, because they're very stubborn in Detroit. Also, I would like to say this city deserves diversity. It's changed, it's been well overdue. And I love coming to Eastpointe. And I just wish that our mayor act like her. I wish I had a mayor like this. I am not kidding. It just makes me feel good to come to Eastpointe, which I am supposed to be in my meeting in Detroit with Duggan right now. So I just want to come here and share my points and views of other cities, and out of all fairness for Madam Mayor, to have some kind of incentive, not just be there. And they make way more money than she do, by the way.
You got 3 more seconds, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna close that.
That's done, ma'am.
Merry Christmas, have a happy holiday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
My name is Steven Solsavich. I live in Eastpointe. I've lived in Eastpointe basically my whole life, so it's about 30 years. And my house is mailed one of these letters. So immediately I called the city, and everybody I talked to on the phone had no idea really what I was talking about. And then that night on the news they say, I don't know who it was somebody representing the city, said the plan for the city was to repair 5% of the lines every year, and that would take 20 years. So say I live in the same house for the remaining 20 years. You're gonna tell me the best plan is 50 years, I'm gonna live in that house with the lead service line? That's the best plan? I don't know if that's really what the plan is, but I just thought as an Eastpointe resident I would come here today to see if that was anything that was gonna be talked about. I mean, people are coming up here talking about a car, and maybe I missed that at the last meeting, but I think that this is something that the residents should all be informed about. So that's why I'm here tonight.
Thank you, sir. If you want to leave your address with the city manager so we can get back with you, I apologize if no one responded. That's not like us, and we'll look into that. Thank you, sir. Anybody else, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, officers, lawyers, some neighbors, some not neighbors. If you're from Eastpointe, you're a neighbor. I've lived here for 30 years. I've lived under 3, and you're the 4th mayor. Never, first off, we are not Centerline, we are not Warren, and we are not Detroit. We don't have the tax background that the 3 cities mentioned have. So I just can't see that. I take offense at items I, J, K, and L. For 30 years, our mayors, our councilmen have served as part-time according to the city charter. As such, I don't think none of these items should be approved. You ran for mayor. Mayor's a part-time job. That's what you read, that's what you got. And that's what everybody else has. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to speak?
Christine Timmon, new volunteer citizen mayor. I'd like to say I have been so well accepted by all the places that were perused during the election. They just hug me. I just don't let them give me money, but they just love it. So I'll tell you what I've been doing. I went straight to the FBI on this issue about these mayors. And I started out by Googling corrupt black mayors. Whoa, I got 5 pages. Here's what it says. Corrupt U.S. mayors pose a threat to decency in society. America's Federal Bureau of Investigation, which warns that public corruption poses a fundamental threat to national security and the U.S. way of life. It continues to say that corruption and misconduct by local government officials threaten fundamental decency in society. And then you got page after page. I didn't even believe it, of all the mayors who are in prison right now and plenty more on their way. So I'm not impressed with that position. I never was after Kwame because I know him personally. So I say to you, some of the other things I found out. First of all, the way they've been doing the voting in the city is just not best government practices. And guess what? The mayor is not supposed to preside over the council meeting. The council every year is supposed to choose a president. That's the one that sets the agenda. Now, I don't know what your city charters say and none of that stuff, but recognize that city charters are not always according to the Constitution. And it's a conflict of interest the way they've been doing it. And so therefore, I think Ms. Owens should recognize that she has a conflict of interest there. And then we also got to understand that the clerks, they're the ones who are supposed to be elected. They're the ones who set the blasted agenda for changing election rules. They bring a proposal to council, and then council approves it or disapproves it, and the citizens get a chance to say whether or not they like it. And so that's something that's wrong. And you're supposed to have, like, the alderman, assembly, or districts.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
All the people, you shouldn't have to vote citywide for a council. It's too hard. You might find all the council people on one street, and that's the way you get your so-called diversity. But the Constitution don't do diversity. It does equality. Every time somebody say that word, so I'll say to you on corruption, I'd rather to have a bunch of corrupt leaders. It's just incompetent ones that I can't stand because they'll get you hurt. Like they didn't even see that.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Get you next time.
Anybody else, please?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Tasha Powers. I'm not a resident of Eastpointe, but Macomb Township. I just feel united we stand, divided we fall. And for Madam Mayor, that I don't stand against. It shouldn't be what she need and things of that nature. I just feel like if it was any other citizen, it would be given what she deserves and what she works for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Tonya Gladney, Eastpointe resident. I'm applaud today. I must say, taxpayers' dollars. I came in here last meeting, my street, over a month, 2 months ago. That's where the taxpayers' dollars go. Roxanne Street over there by East Forest. The road is tore up like big potholes in the freeway. That's where taxpayers' dollars go. With all due respect, get into positions, city councils and new mayors, and work it. Put in your picture, this is not Conway Young 20 years. You have to get in here and you have to do the work. So I understand why certain people was elected for city council. And this rumor's floating, and it was floating the day of. Please make no mistake about it. I think it's sad right now. Get in and do the work. Come, you put that cement down there or whatever, come and smooth it out. Go through the city and do what's supposed to be done within the city. Because that's what's needed right now. That's where I want my taxpayer dollars to go. I want it to be upkeep that way, and I'm quite sure other residents too. When that time comes, because if Mayor Pickley can serve for 12 years and do not have her face nowhere posted and do that work, I'm quite sure the next people come behind her can. And it's not about a black woman or a white woman. It's not about color. It's about coming in and doing the job first. Let's get that started first. If she can serve for 12 years with taxpayer dollars, you can too. Come in and fix these streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
John D. Hunt, Eastpointe resident. First, let me welcome Mrs. Doom, pardon me, to city manager. It's going to be nice to have a new permanent city manager, so thank you. The city looks wonderful. We've got some great developments going up. We had approved and planning the storage facility on Stevens and Gratiot, and nobody really wanted to see another storage facility, but I got to tell you, looks beautiful. Tax revenue. There'll be some retail down below, so that's a wonderful thing. The city looks good. So I hate to add my thoughts to some of the items that were added from the other speakers, but I have to. In the 70s, we had 40-ish thousand people. If you adjust things for inflation, we had tremendously high property values. All of our storefronts were completely filled. We had family businesses, we had chain businesses, and none of our elected officials got anything. You're all part-time. If you can survive on whatever you get from your salary, God bless you, because I don't see how anybody could, but you're part-time. There are no perks short of serving your community. Your community does not serve you, you serve your community. And I think at large, people are losing sight of that, not just on a local level, but in a bigger scheme of things. You know, I'd like to hear, it's nice that people from outside of our community are coming in and supporting this, but it's not getting it from inside. So here's my thought. If when we had high property values, filled storefronts, 40-ish thousand people, we actually had factories here. Didn't have a lot of people, but we had factories. If nobody was getting those things then, why would we get them now when we have considerably less people, considerably lower property values, considerably less utilized storefronts? Why would we give anything else? That it doesn't make sense to me. For me, you apply a fair and consistent standard to everybody. So if somebody's going to get something that the predecessors never got, you got to ask yourself why. Is that a fair and consistent standard? It has nothing to do with race. If Mr. Cotton was suddenly the mayor of the city of Eastpointe, I would hold him to the same
You have
standard.
30 seconds, sir.
So I say we apply a fair and consistent standard and we follow what the charter puts in place.
Thank you. Ms. Timmons, if you keep having an outburst, I'm going to have you step out.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Congratulations on your appointment as new city manager. My name is Oliver Gant. I am also a resident and business owner here at Eastpointe. And a lot of you might see me with the mayor. Tonight, I'm hearing, first of all, I just want to take this off the page. I want to go to Facebook for a second. We have the Eastpointe residence page. I see things posted on the Eastpointe residence page about the mayor wanting a car, a desk for an office, and things of that nature. First of all, some of us in here say it's not about race, but let the truth be told. It is about race. It's about race. Let the truth be what it is. First of all, this young lady just happened to become the first African-American mayor in Macomb County history. This is something she worked for. She didn't work for this position to get in this position to say, hey, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z and denounce a particular ethnicity or do something other than what I signed up to do. Most often when we look at things, when people like Mayor Monique Owens, who just happens to be a woman and African American, and the mayor of Eastpointe gets in office, it's not Caucasian people or any other ethnicity that's truly against young women like this or anybody. It's our own people, and it makes no sense. No one is giving this woman an opportunity in her newly elected position to do some of the things that she signed up to do. No one can bring a charge upon this woman saying that she is negligent in her duties as mayor of Eastpointe. Personally, I feel that Mayor Owens does need a personal vehicle by the city of Eastpointe for the sake of conducting Eastpointe city business. Some of you may disagree. Some of you say Mayor Pixley didn't have a vehicle. The mayors before her did not have a vehicle. But you got to understand, this is a new day and time. Things change. You may not want to accept it, but things change. How is it we can get mad about this woman asking for a vehicle? I'm not just in favor of her wanting a vehicle because of who she is. It's because of the things that she has to do. She travels. She's all around Macomb County. She has more runs throughout Macomb County for over the next 4 years. So why shouldn't she have a vehicle by the city to conduct city business in?
30 seconds, sir.
You have a fleet of cars outside for code officials and everybody else. What makes the mayor's position any different? Furthermore, I think it should be set in place not just for this mayor, but for every mayor to follow, that they have their own vehicle to conduct city business. There's a lot of other stuff that I don't want to address, but we know, what this is about. Support your mayor. Start coming to these city council meetings. Come and address real issues, real grievances, and give her an opportunity to do what she's supposed to do as the elected mayor.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sorry about that. Anybody else would like to speak?
Hello, my name is Shamika, and I also have a business in Eastpointe. Let me just say this to Madam Mayor and everybody on the council. I'm hearing a lot of, oh, you're part-time, you're part-time. You may be part-time, but trust and believe me, they expect full-time from all of you. So when I keep hearing the residents and you're only part-time, you don't need these perks, you don't need this, you don't need that. And another thing, as far as you, Madam Mayor, you're in a position now where you're gonna have people, they're angry for some reason, and I don't understand why. It's not my place to, but you haven't even been in this position 90 days, and it's like, well, you gotta get this done, and the potholes. This was done before you, and if the last mayor here, that was 12 years or whatever it was, why weren't the potholes and everything taken care of if she was just this all-around spectacular mayor? You know why? Because she was a human just like this lady is. Let her get an opportunity to get her foot in the door, to learn her position 100% before you come in here and start bashing her. I've had a business in Eastpointe almost 4 years. My whole strip on Kelly Road was bare minimum because first of all, one of the fire department or something of that nature, somebody couldn't step in and take his place. The whole strip suffered because we couldn't get people to come out and open up our businesses. I lost tons of money. People left, they were coming and going. My thing is, I'm asking the residents of Eastpointe, because I am a business owner in Eastpointe, give her the opportunity to come in and make a change. She cannot make Eastpointe 100% in 90 days. She haven't even been in her position 90 days. Let's see what she's about first, and then let's take it from there. I appreciate you, not only you, I also appreciate the council, because you're doing what you can do, and it doesn't matter if you're part-time, because we expect full-time results. So you do matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak, please?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to say that Ms. Owens was a police officer. She also was city council. Now she's mayor.
Excuse me, ma'am, can you talk closer to the mic? I'm sorry.
Now she's mayor.
Say your name and what you're from and speak a little bit louder,
I'm
please.
Cheryl Smith. I am a resident of Eastpointe. I also have a business in Eastpointe. As you know, there is a lot of crime. We see it on the ring, the neighborhood, the apps. Please give her a chance to help us in this city. 'Cause my car was broken into. I know my neighbor's cars was broken into. And we just need someone to step up. Please give her a chance. Please give all these people a chance to help us all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else would like to have something to say?
Hello, good people at Eastpointe. I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay,
Your
how you
name?
doing? My name is Jasmine Childry. I'm a resident and business owner of Eastpointe, Michigan. I had to come up here today, and I'm going to keep it short. This is, to say ridiculous of this conversation we're having. To say the least, like the gentleman said, we got a fleet of cars. Not to be biased, like we have some Eastpointe employees, they got a lot of free time. We got a lot of free time. We got people just patrolling, doing the least. We still have people, cars getting broken into, business being harassed. And we talking about the mayor taking care of city business, but you want city results. We got crime. We got a lot of things to worry about and build on. We got businesses that need to be brought to this city. We got money to be made. We got residents to keep happy. If she needs a vehicle, what's the problem? Pick one. We have a great team. We have a great city representatives. We need you guys to step up to the plate and do your jobs. And let's get off the minuscule things and give you the tools you need to be successful. So if you need a car, that's what we're here for. We have them out there. You should be able to be successful. I pay taxes here as a business owner and as a resident. I've been here for 6 years. So that's how I feel on it. And I hope that we can work past this as a community, black, white, or other, gay, straight, or other. And we can build and grow together because we all have to live here. Whether if you like us or not, whether if you like it or not, she's our mayor. Everybody has a position. Get used to it, respect each other, and let's grow and get things done. Let's just get it done. Okay? Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? State your name and where you're from, please, ma'am.
My name is Danette L. Simpson. I'm from the city of Detroit, a lifetime resident. First of all, congratulations, Miss Monique Owens, of being the first female mayor of the city of Eastpointe, as far as Afro-American, and most of all, being someone who has the experience and I feel integrity. And with the experience that I have noticed throughout the years of elected officials, they do need public assistance to help them. Because, I mean, Dave Bean thought he can do it and foot the expense of being mayor of Detroit on his own dollars. He had to eventually ask the city of Detroit to help him. So I feel that this mayor should get all the benefits that it is to help them run their office and be able to get to and from places efficiently, because running a government is very, very expensive. I'm the founder of my own political party in Michigan. I even supported this woman for being mayor of Eastpointe. You have a wonderful lady who has experience and integrity, and I wish her all the success. And yes, help make those resources count, you know, and most of all, crime. We're not going to have it in Eastpointe and nowhere else. Let's make peace, you all. Thank you all this evening.
Mr. Fairbrother, you just disrupted the whole conversation. Please don't do that again.
Oh, I apologize. I wanted to make sure the audio visual equipment was working. It wasn't working last meeting, so everything's going great now.
Anybody else would like to have anything to say?
They say I'm supposed to come back. What?
No, you don't have, you didn't. We heard you. I just don't like people being interrupted. Those things are supposed to be done before a council meeting is started and checked. Anybody else would like to have anything to say? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jean Quast. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Some of the folks we could not hear. I've been a resident here for 51 years. First of all, we have a small city. We don't have the tax base to afford a full-time council or mayor. What we're talking about here is dollars and cents. If we had that tax base and we could afford it, our mayor and council would have the things that maybe other mayors and councils have. But we don't have that here. So we're working with a very small amount. It can only be divided up so many ways. And it has to be used for the betterment of our community. We are a small community. We have a part-time mayor and part-time council. And that's the way it's been for years because of how we are situated here. We need to think of these things. People aren't going to be happy to have their taxes increased. Are we going to lose more in services from our community if we do these things? Let's get down to basics. This is what you have here in Eastpointe. Number one, you have a part-time mayor, and you have part-time council people who do the very best that they can in the time they have allowed. So far, we've been surviving pretty well. That's all I need to say. Let's take those basic things into consideration. It's not about anything else. It's getting to the point you are not a Warren. You don't have the base. You don't have the industry. You are not a center line. You are not Mount Clemens. This is what we have to base it on. We have a part-time mayor and a part-time council. We put the best people in office who we think will do the best for our community based upon this type of category, part-time. So I think that should, hope that clarifies it a little bit for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Well, stood back there and listened. Unfortunately, a couple things I feel like I need to address. John Groenberg, Board President of Eastpointe Community Schools, resident of Eastpointe. My family moved to Eastpointe 1941. My 85-year-old mother still lives in Eastpointe to this day. Been paying taxes here a long time. When I went to school, at high school here, when I walked in the doors of that school, 3,600 students, one student of color. But I can say, and I think our mayor would agree, that when she was elected to council, I was probably the first person to remind her of the fact that she was the first person of color elected to this community in any public office, and I was proud of that. Did I not say that to you?
Yes, you did, sir. Thank you.
This has nothing to do with color. I hear a lot of folks talking back and forth. Please don't bring color into it. This is about money. Do we as taxpayers want our council and mayor to spend money on these items? Personally, I realize we are a form of government. The mayor, one vote, 4 other council members. So if it does pass, it's not going to be by her doing only, okay? So let's just be reminded that this is a democratic process here. But I do have to state, based on my knowledge, the history of this community, the size of our community, the citizenry here, how much land has to be covered. Me as board president, to tell you the truth, I just went out and bought me a little scooter this past summer out of my own money to get around the community. I don't think it's really necessary, and I don't think it's prudent at this time. That's my opinion as a taxpayer who has money going into the revenue for the city. I would just prefer that my money not be spent on items that are being discussed by the public tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Anybody else would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Gary Myron from Eastpointe, 22370 Hayes. Been here 30 years. Thing on the car, just like any other business, I don't know if you get mileage. This year it's 58 cents a mile for driving your own vehicle. I'm not sure if that happens here. I always thought it did because you're on the job. And that's, you know, when I go out on my job, I get paid 58 cents a mile. And I always thought everybody did. And I assume you did too. But I don't know, you know, where this issue is, but just letting people know that there's per diems too for mileage. But I don't know if it works here or not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Please.
Jeffrey Lubeck, lifetime resident of Eastpointe. But tonight, I'm from Missouri. Missouri is the show me state. Show me how providing anybody, mayor or council with a car, is going to fix one pothole, replace one water main, fix one lead service line, and I'll be for it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like to speak? Please state your name and where you're from, please.
Langston Moore, born in Newark, New Jersey, but I've been living here in Eastpointe for the past, I say, 6 years. I know I haven't been here in Eastpointe for a lifetime, but I'm still here in the city. My kids still go to the city. I've cooked plenty of dinners and lunches. I'm a chef, by the way, for plenty of families here in the city. I'd have protected a few kids from getting their butt kicked from bullies here in the city, and they weren't my children. I've been mistreated here in this city by our own judicial system. I'm sitting here trying to take care of a situation in court, and the first thing comes out the judge's mouth is, it doesn't matter what you say, is I don't care. And to me, when I tell my children that the judicial system is on our side, it's supposed to be on our side, but at the same time, in telling my son and daughter that, I'm getting disrespected by the same judicial system. Now, I know we're here to talk about what money is being spent. No disrespect to you, Big George, and all the police, because it's not disrespectful what I'm about to say, because I do love you guys, okay? But at the same time, nobody's complaining about police getting free gas or them getting free mileage or a free car, but we still have potholes. Police in the fire department get free stuff. I've cooked for police officers and they walk right out with the meal. And it's okay, cool, because they protect our hoods, and I understand that. But at the same time, isn't a mayor or somebody like that a city official or something like that? So what's the big difference? If cops and fire department, and no disrespect to the fire department or anybody, because I love all you guys, you're here for us. I get that. But I thought like the mayor and other stuff like that, they were here for us too. I thought, right? So what is the big difference? Because if the mayor has a car, or this fella right here has a car, and it comes out of our checks, we still have potholes. We still have a educational system that is tore down, okay? So I think we need to, and I understand what man said, hey, it's all about color, but let's just keep it real. Sometimes it is, brother. Let's keep it 100. And that's what's wrong with this city. There's a bunch of fakeness going on. It is about color. Come on, because if it was somebody else, we probably wouldn't be making it a big discussion.
30 seconds, sir.
Let's get, oh, I'm sorry, that's my time, I'm sorry.
No, you got a couple more seconds.
Oh, okay, I apologize, but I just want to say, let's not make it the issue about a couple dollars over a car for a vehicle for people, because we do it for all our other city officials, and our city is still tore up. So what does it matter? Okay? So let's stop it. Let's keep it real with each other. Let's congratulate her for being in office.
Thank you, sir.
All right?
Your
And
time is up.
let's stick together, y'all. Come on now.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, guests. My name is Gary Sasek. I reside at 23796 Roxanne Avenue, Eastpointe, Michigan. I am a 68-year resident of Eastpointe. And the only thing I want to point out tonight is that by our charter, mayor and council are part-time members, and the daily business of Eastpointe is run by the city manager, the assistant manager, and our clerks. That's why they have full-time jobs and our council and mayor have part-time assignments. And they do get per meeting pay for the meetings they attend. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to speak? Yes, sir, please. You have 3 minutes, and you start at the podium. Say your name and where you're from, please. 30 seconds before. Yes, sir, I will.
Hi, everybody. My name is Patrick Biange. I live in St. Clair Shores, been there 20 years, 9 in Mac area. Grew up on Roxana Street, lived there. My family raised 9 kids there. I was last of 9. I'll be running for state rep 18, which is this coming election, 2020 primary in August. I'll be challenging Kevin Hertel for the seat. And if I don't win, I'll be coming back again, running for the seat again 2 years later after he terms out. I have a lot of great ideas for this city and St. Clair Shores. I can get us exactly where we need to be. I run every day. You'll see me out here running. I run 7-8 miles down Mac. I'll be running with my signs, singing, having fun, getting the community together. Like I said, I have a lot of great ideas. If I get in, your world's going to change like you've never seen before in your life. I can go to any police academy, anywhere, graduate first in the class. It's easy. It's just nothing. Running, law, guns, firearms, whatever. That's nothing else. I got to mention that because I've seen Eastpointe has a police officer position. But with me in that kind of job, you're going to have to pay me, sponsor me at the academy, pay for it, pay my salary, and then pay for when I get out because I am the best. I am the best in the nation. And anyways, I have a lot of great ideas, but I'm not going to share them. When I get elected, I'll pull them out. I don't go to St. Clair Shores Council meetings anymore. When I gave them my ideas, they kind of fluff it off like they were nothing. They kind of like shun that they were nothing. And then 3 or 4 months later, they start to go to SEMCOG and they start to implement them. And I get no credit for it. So I will not do it here with this council. I won't do it again. If you ever see The Godfather, the one moral of the story of that is always keep what you're going to, never tell anybody outside the family what you're thinking. Now, it doesn't mean residents, but it's politicians and gangsters. I don't deal with gangsters because they're garbage, but I deal with politicians. They will never know what I'm thinking. But all you will get the honest truth and what I'm thinking, and I'm going to upgrade your lives like never before. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can you guys keep your conversations low or step outside, please? Would anybody else like to say anything before the hearing of the public is closed? Yes, sir. Please state your name and where you're from, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Walter Kubek, Eastpointe resident. Been a resident here 49 and a half years. There's 2 former mayors sitting right in this audience, Frank Accavetti and Harvey Curley. I've seen 5 different mayors, and not one of them had a car. Why all of a sudden today do they have to have a car? We're only 4 miles square. You could do your business in here on a bike. Now, I know why somebody wants a car. They want to drive all over Michigan and rub elbows with the politically elite. If you want to do that on your time and your dime, not on mine. That is very financially irresponsible. Take care of the business of this city. You just became mayor. You have a lot to learn.
You can't address the mayor or count. You can't do that, sir.
All right.
If you're gonna say, you have to address us all, or I'm gonna end it
You have
right
a lot
now.
of work here to do.
Okay.
Stay here. Don't be traveling all over the state. Take care of the business of this city. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed. We have houses that have water supplies that are lead, streets, sewers that need to be replaced, parks that need to be fixed. The list goes on. Take care of that first.
Anybody else would like to have something to say? After this, sir. We have a second hearing of the public after we go through these items.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Felicia Johnson. I live in Chesterfield Township. What I just witnessed was horrendous. I have never seen that before, and no one said anything about it. That tells me, as an outsider, something's not right. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman and everyone else. I was a resident of Eastpointe all the way up until
Can you give us your name and where you live at, please?
Tamika Roberts, Roseville. And I just recently moved literally 30 days ago. And I was so proud to see someone who I've seen in the community, work with the churches, work with the youth, actually be elected mayor. And to see the way that people are treating her now without giving her a chance, if there's vehicles that are available that she doesn't want for her personal needs, but for the needs of the city, why not? I know it's dollars and cents. We all understand that. We understand that they're part-time, but of course, you want full-time results. And these are not vehicles saying go to a lot and buy. These are vehicles that are available. You have to give your councilman and your mayor the utensils they need to be what they need to be in your city, to make the city what it needs to be. It's plain and simple.
Anybody else who would like to speak, please?
Hello, my name is Kathy Clinton, and I live in the city of Eastpointe. And very short, very short. I just want to say that this whole council.
Can you come closer to the mic and
Okay, hello.
And
Can you-
speak.
okay, is that
Yes,
better?
thank you.
Okay, Kathy Clinton. I live in Eastpointe. Very short. I just want to say thank you for everybody that's here, and also for the council, everyone. And I really honestly know that this whole council's only been 90 days for some of them, and this gentleman is brand new. So we got to give them all a chance and keep working together. That's the main goal for us as citizens of the city of Eastpointe. We all have to work together and all get along. And just keep smiling and just keep praying and keep going and praying. That's it. Amen.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to say anything before the first hearing of the public is closed? Yes, sir.
Good evening. I want to give my support in regards to the mayor. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you say your name and where your residence is, please?
Keith Spiller. I reside in the city of Eastpointe, and I wanted to speak on the issue in terms of use of a vehicle that is already owned and in use by the city that would be utilized on a per-need basis by the mayor. I wanted to put my support in regards to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like to speak? And to be fair, let's keep the claps, because if people start doing other things, we want to just keep order, because then somebody start clapping, then people start booing and all that stuff. So we just want to keep it quiet and fair. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Joni Amarino, and I'm a resident of Eastpointe. And I would just like to speak out on additional items that are being requested vehicles, whatever, if we have a fleet of vehicles for code enforcement and they're not being used now, then perhaps we should sell them. As a taxpayer, if the vehicles aren't being used, I don't see why any of you need to have a vehicle. We have a city manager that we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for, and they're the ones that run our city and our clerks. So I believe, in fairness, and as a taxpayer, I won't support something like this. I would rather have my taxpayer money go for my public safety. But if I have to come and choose, I think there's other ways. I think water is a big issue. That I believe that there are a lot of water bills that are not being paid in the city. Can we take a look at how we can get the water bills paid instead of just putting it on our tax bill? And if they move, then we'll get the money. I think there's various ways that we could save money in the city. Then we could provide you with those additional things. But I think we're wasting a lot of our taxpayer money right now. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else? While the hearing of the public is open. Anybody else? Seeing that, the first hearing of the public is closed. Now we're going to the approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I don't think we have any minutes to approve.
Okay, thank you. We should have on the last one that I attended.
Yeah, my best guess would be when Ms. Lentz comes back, it'll probably be on the next agenda. Is that correct?
Because we had a meeting when I was out of town that I attended via Skype. We should have probably had that on here or anything for the special meeting.
Right, our last regular meeting of December and the special meeting we had, because Ms. Lentz is out of town, they haven't been completed.
They haven't been completed?
I don't think we have.
Okay, well, we don't have any more scheduled hearings. The next item is unfinished business, starting with the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 1179 to amend Chapter 8, Animals, Article 1 in general. We have our animal control officer here. If you want to speak on the unfinished business on A and B, because both of them are about, animal control and adoption and things like that. If you want to speak on both of them, it's up to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pretty much the biggest thing I've dealt with for the last year that I've been here, overabundance of dogs, at how close the residents are together, the houses. We would like to implement no more dogs being left outside based off our noise ordinance. There's only 3 dogs per household, is what I had suggested. A regulatory for spaying and neutering for hobby or backyard breeders, and banning of petting zoos. Just some big issues I've noticed within the city, but overall.
Okay. Council?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would move that we approve the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 1179 to amend Chapter 8, Animals, Article 1 in general.
Support?
Move and support. Any conversation on this, Council? No? We have a motion and support. Please call the roll.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker,
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico.
Yes.
And he already spoke on item number B, second reading of adoption, ordinance number 1180 to amend Chapter 8, Animals, Article 2, Kennels.
Madam Mayor, I motion to give second reading to adopt ordinance number 1180, which amends Chapter 8, Animals, Article 2, Kennels.
Support.
Have a motion and support. Any other conversation on this? Seeing none, call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker.
Yes.
Thank you for coming, okay. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of a motion to elect a Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor,
I will start it off with the election of Mayor Pro Tem, saying that I am the mayor, and I would like to give my consideration on who I feel like I would like to, sit aside me, and who I see that is more flexible and knowledgeable if I'm not here in my absence. I think I've already said in my last meeting that I would like to pick Mr. Councilman DeMonico. I think he's been here for a while. He's very skillful, and he has helped me a lot, even as a councilwoman and now as mayor. So I would like to elect him as my Mayor Pro Tem. And seeing that, well, Mr. Curley, as mayor, as you was a former mayor, when you were called, you knew to call when you were mayor.
When I was mayor, I didn't make motions.
Okay, I'm not making a motion. But as mayor, did you have respect?
Did I have a what?
Did you have respect?
Did I have respect?
Yes, because I want you to have it.
Well, I hope I did. Yeah, of course.
Well, you don't have it now.
Okay.
Okay. So, please, guys.
And why would you say that? We
And
want to get in a long discussion. I don't think I interrupted you when you were talking.
No, I was talking about why I wanted him.
Well, and that was fine. So how do you assume that when I start speaking, and you said let me do it first, and I didn't rebut you, so you're saying I don't have respect? Well, why would you say that?
Over me,
Well, I didn't talk over you. But go ahead.
You're doing it now.
Go ahead.
Mr. Baker, yes, go ahead. Would you like to, we're considering a motion to elect a Mayor Pro Tem, and everybody gets a fair,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
we're doing, we're
No,
considering a motion to elect a Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just didn't hear everything you said. Would I like to make a motion?
Yes, sir. Would you like to speak on?
Well, I mean, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, just really quick. I think that, if we're all going to speak in regards to this before we make a motion, or do someone want to put a motion on the floor first?
No, everybody is speaking. I'm just saying, my motion was from last time, and from picking Mr. DeMonico and why. And I wanted everybody to go seat by seat, councilperson to councilperson, and say who they, and why they are selecting a certain person. But I was trying to explain it until I was interrupted. So, Mr. Baker, please.
Well, I'm definitely in favor of selecting a Mayor Pro Tem. I guess really my concern would be who would be best suited, who has the best availability to fill in. Yeah, I really don't have a knock against anyone. I don't, I'm just coming aboard and learning kind of everybody's availability. I know that Councilman DeMonico does work the job as well as myself. So, with that, I guess as long as the availability is there, I'm not opposed to it. Councilman DeMonico has also been very helpful with me. So I wouldn't be opposed to that either. But I'm definitely not knocking down anybody else.
Councilman Crowley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, you're right. It's a tough choice. We tried to appoint Mayor Pro Tem about a month ago, I think, and we had a 2-2 vote on each time, which was unfortunate, but that's democracy, and that's okay. Either one would be fine, but I happen to lean toward Sarah Lucido to be the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lucido.
Well, like Mr. Curley said, we were at a deadlock. The last time we did this, I have the utmost respect for Mr. DeMonico and Mrs. Owen's recommendation, but I have to say that I think that I've represented the city very, very well. I try to get out and communicate with everybody. I feel like I'm out in the public lot. I do a lot of different events, and I try to attend everything equally. So I do think that I would favor myself for Mayor Pro Tem.
So it sounds like now, who wants to make the motion? Mr. Crowley.
Okay, well, you didn't get, in fairness to Mr.
Sorry,
Lucia,
yeah, I forgot about you down there.
yeah, in fairness to him, let's
Yeah.
let him speak.
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. Curley and Ms. Owens. So I think this is almost my 100th regular meeting in a row. I've only missed one since I've been on council in the past 5 years, and I've missed I've missed two special meetings that were scheduled when knew I couldn't make it, and we had to schedule the one during the day that was just last week and another one. So I've only missed one regular meeting, and of course, I'm very dedicated to the city, and of course, I just ran for mayor, so I am very interested, of course, in running the meetings, and I think I would do a good job. I've run a lot of meetings before. I understand parliamentary procedure. Of course, we use Sturgis, a little different than Robert's rules, which probably most people know, but of course, yeah, that's about it. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Now we have Mr. Baker, Councilman Baker. You said that your vote was Councilman DeMonico, correct?
Well, I said I wasn't opposed, or I wasn't knocking anyone else down. I didn't know we were actually taking a vote, or
Taking
we
a
were
vote
just
tonight.
expressing
Well, we were
who we
expressing
thought.
things like that.
Yeah.
So now we're taking a vote?
Should we get a motion first?
Well, yeah, well, go ahead and do the motion, because once you do the motions, then we're gonna say yay or nay, okay?
Okay. Well, I make a motion that we give our vote as to who we believe would be best for Mayor Pro Tem.
And say who that would be for you.
I'm going to say Sarah Lucido. It's nothing against Councilman DeMonico, but I'm going to go with Sarah.
Okay.
I would support that.
You have motion and support, call the roll.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico? Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
No. Next item on the agenda is the discussion of the Code of Ethics. Well, let's do it right. Let me congratulate you as the new Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next item on the agenda is the discussion of the Code of Ethics, and especially Section C1 regarding the perception of impropriety. Was that something that you want to start off with, Ms. Doon?
About the Code of Ethics?
Usually when I mention something, sometimes we just ask if the city manager, which is Mr. Cotton, is out there. Did you want to speak on this, Mr. Cotton, for us, please?
If it pleases the city manager and Madam Mayor and council, I will.
Thank you.
This is just a follow-up item, and I do want to make mention to council that you have a very lengthy agenda tonight, so it's not required that this happen tonight, that you have this conversation, but I did not want to end my tenure without making sure that I followed through on a promise that would bring it forward. Before I get to this, Madam Mayor, if I please, I'd just like to thank the City Council for the opportunity to serve Eastpointe. As most of people know, I've been on an interim basis your city manager, and this is the last meeting I'll be here, just simply to make sure there's good transition as I complete the items I was working on. So, getting back to this, this came up because of a perception that showed up on Facebook regarding a contractor from the city of Eastpointe that renovated homes with his father in relation to an LLC. And there is no direct conflict. I think I can defer to the city attorney as to whether he concurs. However, the Code of Ethics, which you have in front of you, does speak to the fact that a contractor is considered a city official. That was news to me until I read it, and thank you to Councilmember DeMonico who pointed that out to me, and I've since confirmed with the city attorney. And also item, let's see, where is it? There's section C1, which speaks to no city official, once again, shall engage in employment, render services, or engage in any business, et cetera, in which there's a direct conflict. There is none in this case. However, it says, or which could create the appearance of impropriety. So that's what brings this before you today, because there is, obviously, it appeared on Facebook. It appears to someone that there's impropriety, even though in my review it is not improper. So with that being said, Councilmember DeMonico and some of you were aware of this and asked that we consider it when we had a full city council, and this is the first night we have a full city council. I'll close with saying there's a lot of meat in this code of ethics. You can make it easy by simply signifying that there should be someone who should make that determination. I suggest either the city attorney or the city council meeting as a group discussing, or the city manager. I think if you were to decide tonight, my recommendation would be the city attorney. However, there's a lot here, so if there is a lot of discussion tonight, maybe you'd just like to have a quiet meeting in the new year where you can get into all the details associated if you want to really rewrite anything associated with the Code of Ethics. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Albright, did you want to have something to say on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would love to. Thank you, Mr. Cotton. In preparing for this evening's meeting, I did legal research regarding the words appearance of impropriety, and that actually is a standard that is used when a judge decides to recuse themselves. Do they have a direct conflict, or is there an appearance of impropriety? And according to a case that I was found, it's a relatively new case. It says, and the test is, and this test is not set forth in our ordinance, but the test that would be applied if the current ordinance language was ever applied would be the appearance of impropriety inquiry is an objective one, asking whether the conduct would create, in reasonable minds, a perception that the employee's ability to carry out their responsibilities with integrity, impartiality, or competence would be impaired. So that standard could actually be inserted into the current ethics ordinance. What also could happen if the council decided to do this, the council could pass a resolution and essentially create an ethics committee to review the current ethics ordinance, to also look at ethics ordinances at surrounding communities, and to come up with a proposal in a period of time anywhere from 4 months to 6 months down the road, and report back to the city council. That ethics committee could consist of any number of individuals, of course residents from the city of Eastpointe, maybe some community leaders, and then of course maybe a member or two of council and a member of city administration. So that is an option that the city council could follow. City council could also review the ethics ordinance as written and make changes if the council believed that there were changes that would be made. For instance, there is nobody right now that makes these determinations. I know that Mr. Cotton had suggested the city attorney take on that role, and we're certainly happy to do that. The council may also want some other body, either a three-person body or somebody else in city administration to make up that body with regard to allegations of ethical conflicts or ethical violations by an employee or city official. So I'm just putting that out there. Certainly there doesn't have to be any decisions made this evening, but those are just some things that came to mind when I was reviewing this and preparing for tonight's meeting on how the council could move forward.
Okay. Council?
Well, I mean, I do have some opinions on this. I don't know if we want to discuss this tonight or if we would rather table it till the next meeting. If I can, before I start, get everyone's opinion on that, maybe?
I'd like to discuss it a bit tonight.
Okay.
How about you all too?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, I would love to see an ethics board actually go through our whole ethics policy, because I do think it is quite confusing. And I would like that to be done maybe with the oversight of, Mr. Albright kind of overseeing it for like legal advice for them. But in my opinion, I think that this whole policy needs some updating and review, so that would be my recommendation.
Mr. DeMonico?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So I do have a document here I'd like to be also submitted to the public, in our next agenda packet or whatnot, but I'll pass it along here, actually. Yeah,
modifications.
Or I made a couple minor modifications since we spoke, Mr. Albright. Got like 7 different ideas here. It's not in ordinance form. But to address the original issue, why we have this on the agenda, which Mr. Cotton had touched on already, I think there's 2 things we need to do, and Ms. Lucido had just commented on this, creating an ethics board to actually decide if there was a violation of the ethics ordinance. Right now, it's quite vague if there's even really a way to do it. A board's mentioned in the ordinance, but it doesn't say anything about the actual board. So I was proposing in here that we create, for example, I mean, this could be a discussion with council, we create like a 5-member board where every member of council appoints someone to the board, and then that board could make it up. I know Mr. Albright mentioned a couple different ideas too. We could do anything like that. The county has a way to do this. They find a few folks. Public Works Commissioner Anthony Morocco was fined by the county board, and so was someone that worked with the ex-clerk, Karen Spranger. We could do various things like that, do financial fees and fines through the board. That's the first idea, and if we did that, then it'd go into the second idea to hopefully cover the scenario that Mr. Cotton was talking about with one of our contractors, which is my second from last item in here. I call it utilization of third-party oversight, just essentially where we have this very specific scenario. Maybe the board could come up with a way to handle this conflict. I think the best way probably to handle this is just to have a third-party entity and another contractor essentially just double-check the records that, for our assessor, that there would be a conflict. So we do have someone else looking at it, as opposed to something that would be, much more significant, either finding another assessor or, what was I saying? Or, just something that's not hugely burdensome on any of the parties. Then a few other ideas I have in here, ideas I've been thinking about for quite some time. It'd be good if none of our elected officials had overdue fees or fine with the county for campaign finance reports, things like that. Of course, I don't know if probably some of you have visited the page. There's a couple committees that owe, one committee here owes $22,350 to the county. So if we're talking about, tax dollars, they're not tax dollars per se, but the county's missing out on quite a bit of money here. We've got a whole handful of committees over 10,000. I think we should implement some sort of fine to be even more of a motivation for everybody to be actually paying these fines, or just getting your reports in on time, and then you don't have to worry about fines. One time even, I had to pay a fine. My report was just all zeros essentially, but I turned it in late because I forgot to put it in. I had to pay a $175 fine for, campaign finance report that had nothing on it. I'd like to see us not allow the elected officials to take donations from city vendors, try so that we don't have conflicts at all, or any perceived conflicts, because of course, that can cause, trouble. That would just be a course above and beyond right now, because right now, anybody can legally take a campaign donation from any individual. You can't take any from corporation or anything like that. It's got to come from an individual. And then we do list all the most of the city contracts on the website. If you search contracts on cityofeastpointe.net, you'll find who all of our different vendors are. And then Clinton Township has in place a policy about soliciting donations from city employees. Say you have this whole list of people that you are sending a solicitation to. One happens to be an employee of the city or the township. I believe myself that's not appropriate, and Clinton Township has this policy where they just have at the bottom, essentially, if you accidentally send something to someone, just take it as informational purposes, so that that employee does not feel like they have to be, are required to go to this event now or something if they happen to receive, hopefully you clean up your list and that doesn't happen, but if it does, just so that an employee doesn't feel like they have to take part in that, and have some weird, sort of conflict. And then another item, I called it financial disclosure on here. This was debated with the state legislature at one point, just everybody talking about where they make their money. For example, if someone is in the legislature and they were just working in the insurance industry, and then a bill on insurance companies comes up. Of course, you can see a conflict there. So I just say something like we say where, all our money comes from. I work for the Michigan Court of Appeals. That'd be a majority of my income, and that'd be one idea for this. For example, a real-world example was in Macomb Township, and we have too many of these examples in Macomb County alone. One of their trustees was an employee with Rizzo Environmental Services and was received $42,000 in bribes from their employer to try and get a $60 million contract with the township. And then just the last one, I think right now there's just nothing in the ordinance that would prevent just like an unreasonable kind of idea. Like, for example, just says, you can't accept any gifts whatsoever. I think right now, if you just read that black and white, a pen, you'd pick up at maybe a vendor fair at one of these conferences we go to would technically be a gift. I'd say maybe we set like a bar at like $5 or something so that nobody feels or is accused of taking a gift for taking a pen or something at some sort of vendor fair. So just some sort of bottom. The U.S. House of Representatives does a $50 limit. Actually, we gave our representative Eastpointe-opoly. It was less than $50, so it is okay. So I figure things like that, should be all right. And that's mainly what my document says. They'd be all suggestions, maybe Mr. Albright be able to, if the council wanted to go forward with any of these ideas, he could put together an ordinance like that.
Councilman Crowley?
Well, thank you for giving that document. It's a lot of good information. And Madam Mayor, I would agree with Councilperson Lucido that you could in fact appoint a ethics review committee and set a timeline as to when they should report back to us. But yeah, I think you probably could appoint somebody and let it happen. As our attorney said, you've said sometime a few months to go over it, whatever timeline we would have. But thank you for this document. That's good.
Councilman Baker?
I actually have nothing to add. I'm in agreement thus far.
Well, thank you for the information. I like putting the board together. I like that idea. I think some of the things you said, Mr. DeMonico, was really good. And I think we should table it for more information from Mr. Albright to put some things together so I can take a little bit more time to read over Councilman DeMonico's information. 'Cause I don't know if all of council want to agree 100% with everything you said.
Sure.
But so I think we want to table it. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Madam Mayor, would the council be interested in passing a resolution at some point at a future meeting, essentially creating an ethics review committee to look at the current ethics ordinance, to consider any suggestions by individual council members, and to also look at what the ethics rules or ordinances are in surrounding communities, and then come back with a recommendation to the planning commission, to the city council?
I think so. I think that's a good idea.
I like that idea.
Yeah, me too. So we're going to table that discussion for more information coming from Mr. Albright's office. And then we're going to go to the next item. On the discussion and request by City Council of Planning Commission to consider a medical marijuana ordinance. Mr. Cotton, did you want to speak on this? You're still in the audience.
Thank you. I'll just say, I think we have a liaison to the Planning Commission here who can speak to this as well, but the Planning Commission was looking forward to the full council and your direction as to whether they should continue with any medical marijuana ordinance review.
Okay, is a person from the planning commission here would like to speak?
Oh, I could address it.
Oh, okay,
Mayor.
you're, okay, go ahead.
So yeah, the planning commission, I'm the new liaison. Of course, Ms. Lucido was liaison until this last election. The planning commission, since we have a different makeup of the city council, just would like to ensure that the council direction is still the same, so that they are spending their time on, of course, things that the council is interested in. So really if we could, if I could entertain then a motion just to confirm that city council still wants to move forward on the medical marijuana ordinance that they're reviewing.
Okay, well, we can start with Councilman Baker about we're just doing a discussion today about going forward with planning commission to consider a medical marijuana ordinance.
Okay, and just for clarity, my understanding is that these would be rules or set in place if medical marijuana businesses or things were allowed into the city.
Yes, sir.
So,
correct.
okay. All right, well, I'm in favor of at least having the ordinances in place.
Are you in favor of having medical marijuana in the city of Eastpointe?
Well, I think as far as that goes, I still think we need to, I would like to see some more information, I guess. I know from a federal standpoint, it's still one way, and I guess my concerns would be if federally it's not allowed, would then we be creating more problems for people as far as being able to find a job, those that may be looking. So those are like some concerns that I have. I know that people from the public talk about, like the residents, some residents have talked about concerns with security and things of that nature. So if it's allowed in, I'm okay with ordinances being set, but I don't really want to say that, yes, go ahead and go with medical marijuana until, I have a little more clarity on, what the impact of that would be.
Thank you. Councilman Curley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I recall, there was a statewide vote about medical marijuana, and the people who did vote in Eastpointe overwhelmingly agreed that they wanted medical marijuana within our city. Speaking about the Planning Commission, I think it's very important that we as mayor and council allow them to do their work, and who know, I don't know how long it's going to take, but there's other cities around us. I came to a meeting last week, and a couple of the cities took over 2 years to decide what it should say in the ordinance and to develop it. Clinton Township took 3 years. And so we need to allow the Planning Commission to, there's some investigation I know that they want to do to small cities like ours to find out what kind of problems, if there were any, that they have. But the question tonight is, from the Planning Commission, is do we or do we not want them to move forward? And I agree that, yes, they should go forward, but the caveat is that we don't pressure them, and as long as they keep doing their work, let them do their work.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem now. Lucido?
No, I agree. I believe that the planning commission should finish the ordinance, and then it'll definitely give Mr. Baker more time to review everything that we've already worked on and discussed, and the planning commission's already worked on. So, but I don't think that, I agree with Mr. Curley, like the planning commission shouldn't be in a rush. They should be getting the information that they need, and they should be at least working on the ordinance.
Now back to you, Councilman.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, I'd be in favor of them continuing with the ordinance, and of course, if anyone has unanswered questions, of course, I'd like to answer them, and of course, this will be very new to Mr. Baker, so he'll need a little bit of time to run through it. The current proposed ordinance was the one in the agenda packet, I believe, so, yeah, let's see. And the Planning Commission had reviewed about a third of it at one of their meetings, and we had a public hearing at the Planning Commission before, and we've discussed it. We've had a joint Planning Commission City Council meeting, and as always, if anybody has questions, the city manager hopefully could help answer, or would know somebody that could help answer from the Planning Commission or from City Council. So Well, then I'll motion then that the planning commission continue to work on the medical marijuana ordinance.
Oh, hold on, I didn't ask for
Oh, okay.
motion right quick. I didn't get to speak.
All right.
Well, I still feel that, me and a friend of mine, we went to, Gilda's and, in St. Clair Shores. And a lot of you know, those are a lot of people who either have cancer or dealt with somebody with cancer. And a lot of them did say that medical marijuana did help them a lot. And I was campaigning about, you know, throughout Eastpointe, a lot of people was in favor of medical marijuana and things like that. And my stand was that I wasn't against medical marijuana. I just felt like you can go get it right across the street, and I just didn't think we needed it in the city of Eastpointe. I didn't want more problems or anything like that. And I also, as an ex-police officer, and also working with Director Rohib in his consideration of not having one, I looked into the safety of the residents first. And seeing that we don't really have the space and it wasn't needed in our city, I thought what was best for the city was to go get other businesses and other resources that would be some use for the city of Eastpointe. But since I am outvoted, I do want to go forward with the planning commission for them to do the very best job in making sure this ordinance is as strict as possible and making sure we don't have an overwhelming number of medical marijuana facilities in the city of Eastpointe, and that we are as strict as possible. And hopefully they do a lot of research as well as council. While they're doing their research, we oversee them as well. So I want to make sure we do our research as well and things like that. So we have a motion on the table by Mr. DeMonico.
I'll support the motion.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
No.
Councilperson Baker?
No.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is setting a meeting date for a facilitated goal-setting session. Mr. Cotton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Owens, members of the City Council. When we completed the process for you to hire the city manager, I wanted to make sure that you thought about setting goals. I think that's the single most important thing that can be done to have a good merging of an understanding of what it is that you want to complete as a council in relation to policy, and administration follow up that policy with everything it takes to get the job done. So you, at a subsequent earlier meeting, you asked me to facilitate that. We've basically, the clock has run out in terms of time for that to happen. Tonight would have had to be the night, and it's obviously not a good night for that. So I can come back at another time in January. It would just involve mileage, or it can be something that you do with some other facilitation help. It's whatever you prefer. So this is really a time for you to get a date on the calendar, and then maybe you can figure out who can assist in facilitating that at a later time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have I had January 7th, 2020, pretty much the beginning of the new year, for us to incorporate some new ideas throughout the year and set goals for the year of 2020, going into 2021. What dates did you all have in mind?
So do you want to just do it before our regular scheduled meeting that day?
I would like to, yeah.
The 7th?
I like that idea.
Yes, sir.
That'd
Yeah,
be fine.
5:30 on the 7th?
Yeah, 5:30.
5:30.
Everybody is good with that?
Yes.
I think it's a great
That's
idea.
good.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right.
Sounds like you want to make a motion, Mr. Curley.
Oh, sure. Recommended motion. I would move that we set January 7th at 5:30 PM for the 2020 City Manager Goal-Setting Special Meeting.
Support.
Motion support, please call the roll, please.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Next is reports from administration. We're going to start with our new city manager, Elkie Dome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Is this your first one?
Yay. Yes. First meeting. Let's pull us a little closer. First of all, I'd like to thank our mayor and our council for the warm welcome that I've received and from our department heads and employees. I've been here just over a week and I feel like I'm already at home. It's a wonderful place for me to be and I just look forward to being a part of the community. And I'd like to share a little bit about my first week. It was pretty hectic, which they usually are, but I do want to share that we've got a wonderful opportunity to potentially work with Habitat for Humanity. And I've met with some representatives. These are folks that I've worked with in the past years. And we now have the opportunity to access into a very specialized grant writing program. The cost is $2,000, but for us, it's absolutely free. So it's part of being part of the SEMCOG membership, which is the Southeast Council, I've gone and forgot it now, Council of Governments. And so that is going to give our new economic development director additional tools to look for grant dollars to do all the things that we are hoping to do, anything from the street improvements to water and sewer and anything in between. So we're really excited that we have that opportunity to be a part of this and access all the available grants to us at no cost. I do want to share just a little bit of an update. Mr. Curley and I, Councilmember Curley and I, attended a meeting where we talked with a lot of other communities about medical marijuana in their communities. And what we discovered is that it is really in our best interest to go forward and set forth the ordinances for our own community that limit and regulate the facilities that could come into our city. One example that was provided to us was from Clinton Township. They were working on their ordinance and there was petitions sent around. There was a referendum. Voters voted yes for it. And on that referendum, they indicated 15 facilities in the township. That is not what the township government would like to see, but because it went beyond going an ordinance that the city sets, limitations that we set, they now will have up to 15 marijuana facilities. So it is important that, and I was glad to hear that the council would like the Planning Commission to continue, because always we want to be in control of what type of facilities come in, what the number are, where they are, and it's in our best interest to move forward. Not quickly, but forward enough where it makes good sense for all of us. Let's see, we took a nice long tour of all the facilities. Thank you very much. The mayor and many of our council were with us and really got to meet and greet and understand all of the equipment that we have, how many people we have working in departments, how many fire engines we have, and police cars and officers. So it was an excellent tour, lasted all day long. And then I finished up with a tour of Gianna House, which was very, very good, and I learned quite a bit about the services that they provide and that they also provide a safe haven for young teens, 13 to 17, who are pregnant. And even after they give birth to their babies, they can stay up in the house for up to a year. And so that was very, very beneficial for me to learn about that. When I first read about it, I wanted to immediately go over there and visit, so this was a perfect opportunity for me. And that's what I have for this week. I'll have quite a bit more as the weeks come forward, but been a really good first week. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your kindness and your kind words.
Thank you. You're
Welcome.
welcome again.
Thank you.
Reports from administration will be next, spoken by Finance Director Randy Blum.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. I have one item tonight. This is an item that's been going on for probably about 15 months now, but with the new computers being installed throughout the city, a computer has been made available and has been installed in the council office. It has access to accounts payable and general ledger. Each of you can log into it using whatever you log into, like Outlook or whatever. So your ID and password will be the same on those. And it's on the, I guess, counter, for lack of a better term, when you go in the office. But you can access it at any time of the day or night. And if you get into it, have any questions, let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions for the finance director?
I'll have less now because I can
Oh, you'll have more.
answer them myself.
I like this idea.
Reports from the city attorney. Mr. Albright, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. On behalf of the City Attorney's Office, I'd like to once again welcome Councilmember Baker, City Manager Ms. Doom. Again, on behalf of the City Attorney's Office, we do welcome you. Madam Mayor, in light of the large amount of people that spoke at the hearing of the public this evening, which is certainly a good thing, I wanted to just read verbatim for members of the public who intend on speaking during the hearing of the public. I'd just like to read the section that is always printed at the end of every city council agenda, and it concerns the parliamentary procedure that the council follows. And anybody that has an agenda can follow along. Again, this section is printed verbatim on each and every city council meeting agenda, and it reads as follows. The Eastpointe City Council has adopted the Sturgis Standard Code of Parliamentary Procedure as its rules in conducting its meetings. All persons attending a city council meeting shall have a reasonable opportunity to be heard during the 2 hearings of the public, 1 hearing of the public during special meetings, on any matter within the council's jurisdiction. A person shall not speak unless recognized by the mayor. A person who has been recognized to speak shall come to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and shall direct their comments to the council as a body, not to an individual member of council or the public. The speaker shall speak for no more than 3 minutes. A wireless microphone is available to those speakers who cannot walk or stand so that they can address the council from their seat when recognized to do so. When the mayor determines that there are no other members of the public wishing to speak during a hearing of the public, the mayor will close the hearing, after which time only the city council may engage in discussion on matters coming before the council without interruption from the public. The chief of police or his designee shall attend any regular or special meeting of council to enforce the preservation of order when requested to do so. State law prohibits a person from disrupting a public meeting, and a person may be removed from a meeting for breach of the peace committed at the meeting. And this is also according to the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Madam Mayor, I'd also like to address a comment from one of the residents indicating or directing comments towards the mayor not being able to preside during a council meeting. And I'd like to direct everyone's attention to, and this is in the council bylaws, and it is Chapter 4, or Charter Section 4, Chapter 3, and that states that the mayor shall be the executive head of the city, and it also states in the bylaws that under the mayor, presiding officer, the mayor shall be the presiding officer of council and shall perform such other duties as are prescribed by the city charter. So the current makeup of the city council is as a body is recognized under both the Home Rule Cities Act and state law, the city's charter, and the city's ordinance. So there is no dispute with regard to that. And the last item, Madam Mayor, that I have is I know that the animal control officer has discussed preparing an ordinance to ban petting zoos, and he and I have been in contact. I don't know if Brian is still in the council chambers, but I will be bringing an ordinance before the council. I'm shooting for the second meeting in January. I'm going to be drafting it, providing it to Mr. Pyler for his review and comment, and then I'll be bringing it before the council for consideration and discussion.
Okay.
So that's all I had, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for clearing up so many things in the audience and up here.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions or comments for our city attorney? Seeing none, we're gonna go to new business. Item A, approval of fitness equipment at the fire department. Do the director, did you want to speak on this? Because I know we talked about it before, but
Yes, I can speak on this, Madam Mayor, just for a few seconds.
thank you.
This was a budgeted item. We've been discussing this for probably the last 8 months, and it was nice that you were able to go on a tour yesterday just to see what kind of equipment the fire department has. Most of it's outdated. It's hand-me-downs. Many firefighters brought their own equipment in to work out. And physical fitness is vital for this profession, or basically for any profession. But being a firefighter myself, I know how difficult it is when you're wearing, the SCBA, going into a toxic environment. You have to be in good shape. Many firefighters, they pass away from heart attacks. And I think what we're going to do here is by providing them with up-to-date equipment, hopefully they're going to get in better shape. It will reduce their liability. It will reduce the risk of a heart attack. They'll be more productive employees, maybe use less sick time, and also reduces our liability. So what we did with this, we went out for bid. We had a number of companies. They submitted a bid. We had 4 companies. We went with fitness things in the amount of $16,958. That includes delivery, setup, training. It also includes them removing the old equipment from the area that's there now, and they can have the equipment here probably within a week or two, and all the firefighters are excited about this. So,
Okay, thank you. Council, did you guys want to speak on this?
I just had one minor, so did we just do informal bidding on this then? I just was curious.
I believe I thought
Or,
that was in the budget when we talked about it before.
right, no, but I mean, there was just the one company. I mean, obviously, it looks like a very good deal for sure, but I was just curious was this just the one company or did
Madam Mayor and members of council, we did do a formal RFQ for this, which we posted on Mitten, the Michigan Intergovernmental Trade Network.
Okay,
Yes.
so other people did,
Yeah, we had a number, I believe it was a half a dozen bids.
oh, okay.
Yes.
And this is,
We only provided the complete bid of the selected winner.
okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Can I get a motion then from you?
Sure. I'll read the paragraph. No. Motion to approve the bid proposal from Fitness Things Incorporated to reconstruct the fitness area at the fire department with various cardiovascular and weight equipment in the amount of $16,958. Proposal includes delivery, setup, training, and the removal of all old equipment.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Next item is council to consider to accept the bid proposal from MedStar to perform all medical transports in the city of Eastpointe. Chief Sage, would you like to speak on this, please?
I would, Madam Mayor and Council, as a refresher, this is a no-cost bid to the city for our EMS transport. We've had a long-standing relationship with MedStar that's been very successful. We were able to evaluate 2 bid packets, one from Universal Macomb and one from MedStar. We sat down and took a look at it, and our recommendation is to continue our relationship with MedStar. I know Colby Miller is here tonight from MedStar. I don't know if he wants to speak on the matter. He's sitting in the front row. If you'd like to recognize him, I'm sure he'd like to say a few words.
Would you like to say some words, sir?
Good evening. As Chief Sage said, my name is Colby Miller. I'm the Chief Executive for MedStar. We've served the city, I believe we're in our 7th year serving the city now. It is a no-cost bid. Our paramedics and EMTs are in the ambulances in and around the city. We work very well with the fire department paramedics. We've had several high-profile, multiple patient incidents in the city, and we've always had real good response times with the 2nd, 3rd, sometimes 4th ambulance into the city. We are an agency that does a 100% patient satisfaction survey from your residents. That's always available to you. All of our vehicles have GPS and full video capability, So anytime there's a question from a resident or a concern about speed or any number of things that come in, we're always able to replicate any data from any minute during the day if the council would like to see it. Response times are good. We are a not-for-profit joint venture of the McLaren Healthcare Corporation, Ascension of Michigan, and the Henry Ford Health System. So we're essentially the EMS organization of the 3 health systems that serve the residents of the community, and we look forward to continuing that relationship. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? No?
I think this was very thorough. Everything in the
Very
agenda packet
thorough.
pretty much said everything that the gentleman just said here, so yeah,
pretty
appreciate
clear,
that. Great
yeah.
response times, all that, yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion then, please?
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve the bid proposal from MedStar to perform all medical transports in the city of Eastpointe per the attached RFQ.
Support.
Motion and support. Please call the roll.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley.
Yes.
Next item is the approval of MIDC 2020 grant contract. Mr. Blum, can you please let the residents know what this is, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, for the benefit of the residents and our new council members. First of all, MIDC is the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission. That was established by the state of Michigan based on a lawsuit alleging court-appointed attorneys not providing proper representation for defendants. The state is developing 8 standards that will be implemented across all courts in the state of Michigan. Currently, 4 have been defined and implemented at the local level. And the way that they are getting the standards to be put into place is to provide grant money to the individual. It's not to the court, they actually provide it to the funding unit, which happens to be the city of Eastpointe in the case of the 38th District Court. This money is used for training and education for the court-appointed attorneys. It is used to pay the attorneys for their representation of the defendants. There is a city portion, it's a percentage of the overall. The 2020 amount for Eastpointe is $53,008.41. And the budget, and this is an October 1st, 2019 to September 30th, 2020 budget because it's on the state fiscal year. The total authorized budget for that period is $770,886.95. The state, there's leftover money from the prior fiscal year. That money is being spent first. Then there's the local share, and then the new state grant that will be coming in for this particular fiscal year is $485,516.52. These funds can only be used for court-appointed activities. It is managed in a separate fund by the city, and we are responsible for the tracking, reporting, and paying all of the expenses. This contract, apparently they're doing these on one-year contracts, so we get to do this every single year. They don't seem to be in a big hurry because it's now December for something that's retroactive to October 1st, but the court-appointed attorneys will be happy because the rate went from $80 an hour to $100 an hour, and there will be retro payments being made as soon as we can get all the documentation in place and get the checks cut to them. And the state's just waiting on us to get the contract approved and signed, and they'll start sending money our way. So.
Sounds good. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Blum on this issue or matter? Mr. Albright, did you have anything to add to this?
No, Madam Mayor, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good to me. Anybody like to make a motion?
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve the MIDC 2020 grant contract and authorize the city manager, Elke Doom, to execute the fiscal year 2020 MIDC grant contract on behalf of the city.
Support.
Motion support. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
And Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next 2 items on the agenda, the first one is the collection of 2020 summer taxes by Macomb Community College, and the next one is the collection of 2020 summer taxes for South Lake Schools. Mr. Blum, can you explain that, please? to the residents?
Each taxing authority has the option of collecting their own taxes or requesting that the community collect it on their behalf. If they wish for the communities to collect it, they have to make a formal request, of which these are the first two to come in. Eastpointe Community Schools will be in probably in January. But they have to make a request of council. Council approves it, and we charge a 1% administrative fee on all tax bills, and that covers the cost of collection for these other taxing authorities.
Okay, thank you. Can we get a motion, please?
And Madam Mayor, I'll motion then to authorize city administration to collect the 2020 Macomb Community College summer taxes on behalf of the school district in accordance with MCL 360.1613 at sec and 380.1613 subsection 1 with no expense to the school district. And if you don't mind, I'll just add on the collect the 2020 South Lake School summer taxes on behalf of that school district, also regarding, of course, the same section of Michigan compiled laws.
Thank you for doing that. Can I get support?
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item is authorization to award contract for 2020 sidewalk repair program. We have Mr. Abraham in the audience. I asked him to be here today. I appreciate you. Can you come up and explain to the residents what this is about? And also, the next item is also DPW Director's area, authorization to award contract for the replacement of water mains and existing lead line services on Donald Avenue from Topher Road to Stevens Road. Please, Mr. Abraham. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, respected council. I am Jose Abraham, Director of Department of Public Works and Surveys. On December 5th, we received 6 bids for the replacement of sidewalk that are in disrepair. And this contract is to replace the sidewalk in an area bounded by Boulder on the east side, Boulder on the west side, city limit on the east side, Topher on the north side, and 8 Mile on the south side. There are 1,333 parcels in this area. We sent a letter to each and every resident in this area on September 25th to let them know that the city will be awarding contract to replace disrepaired sidewalk in this area. But we have given a choice to the resident. The resident has 3 choices. One is to allow the city to replace the sidewalk and then build them. The second one is the resident can hire a contractor on their own and get the sidewalk replaced. The third option is the resident can himself or herself replace the sidewalk. So we received 6 bids, and the lowest bid is by a contractor by name Italia Construction Incorporated at a total cost of $439,570. Our plan is to walk through all the sidewalk in this area, identify the disrepaired sidewalk, and then send a notice to the resident saying how many flags, if at all there are any flags that are in need of replacement. The letter will say how many flags, or in terms of square feet, what is the total number of square footage area of the sidewalk flags that need to be replaced, and what would be the cost. So at that time, the citizen can let us know whether they want to exercise the option number 2 or option number 3 as stated in the letter. Again, this is only in the area bounded by 8 Mile on the south, Topher on the north, Boulder on the west, and city limit on the east side. Others, they don't have to worry about this contract, or we will not be replacing the sidewalk in the other areas. If it is a small sidewalk flag, let's say for the citizens' information, if it is a 3x3 sidewalk flag, that is, let's say 9 square feet, one flag will approximately cost $46 to the resident. If it is a 4x4 sidewalk flag, it will approximately cost $82 a flag. Now, sometimes if you hire a contractor on your own, you may pay probably $150, $200 for a flag, as it happened to me a few months back. So the price is very reasonable per square footage area, and then this contractor has worked in the city for several contracts. So I request the honorable body's approval of this contract, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Well, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you for
Mayor.
coming. So since we have nothing to discuss and he has explained everything, can I get a motion?
Sure, I'll motion to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Italia Construction Incorporated of 57151 Deer Creek Court, Washington Township, Michigan, 48094, for an amount of $439,570 to remove and replace sidewalks, drive approaches, construct ramps in compliance with ADA standards, and other associated work is covered under project number 0145-0576.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next one is the replacement of water main and existing lead service lines on Donald Avenue from Topher Road to Stevens Road. Anybody had any questions for Mr. Abraham on that?
No.
No?
Is he, you're giving him a chance to introduce it, though? Or-
Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't know if you had any extra questions on in front of that. Go
Maybe
ahead,
after
Miss-
he says something.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Abraham.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, respected council. This bid or this contract before the honorable body is to replace the water main on Donald Street from Stevens Road to Topher Road, approximately a mile. On December 5th, we received 8 bids for the replacement of the water main. The lowest bid out of the 8 is a contractor by name Deponio Contracting Incorporated at a total cost of $1,373,203.73. For your information, this water main was installed in 1926, that is 93 years old. Over a period of years, there were 70 water main breaks. So that is why we have decided to replace this water main. In addition, this contract has a provision to replace the lead service lines. There are a total of 184 service lines or connections or houses in this area on Donald Avenue between Stevens and Topher Road. Out of these 184 houses, only 38 houses have lead service lines. And then all the rest don't have a lead service line, so they have copper lines. So therefore, with this contract, we will be replacing those lead service lines under this contract too. Now, some of the residents asked, how come we did not get a letter, and then how I got a letter? The answer is that those citizens who did not get a letter that we sent a few weeks back, because they don't have a lead service line. Just because somebody has a lead service line doesn't mean that the level of lead in the water is alarming. Or let's say, for a fact that we tested 30 samples from different houses who have lead service lines. Out of the 30, only 2 have a lead content of above 15, that is the action level. 15 parts per billion, we abbreviate it as 15 ppb. Only 2 out of 30 had above 15. 2 were at 15. There were 20 with a lead content of 1 and 5. And then there were 6 between 5 and 8. So just because somebody has a lead service line doesn't mean that the lead content in the water is alarming. And then another funny thing is, even those 2 houses where when we initially tested, the result where one was 17 and the other one was 27. When we got it retested at a different lab, The same house where it was initially 17, when we retested, it was only 6.3. But then, of course, then Eagle didn't accept the second test done by a private lab. They accepted the test done by Gliwa. So that means when we tested, the result was 17, and then when we tested the water from the same house at a different lab, it was only 6.3. I do not know. But anyway, as required by Eagle, we are required to replace a minimum of 5% lead service lines every year starting January 2021. We are starting a year early because we are replacing this water main. So as part of replacement of this water main, we will be replacing 38 lead service lines along Donald Street, and then to meet the 5% requirement, we will pick another 28 from other locations, preferably lead connection lines with connected to water main that are in good condition probably. So there is a provision in the contract to add additional locations. So we don't have to rebid this contract again to add the additional location to meet the 5%. So out of the 8 bids, the bid submitted by Deponia Contracting is the lowest. So therefore, I recommend approval of the contract by this honorable body.
Now, Mr. DeMonico, would you like something to say?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Abraham, so then just to be clear, right, this amount is to replace the water main on Donald Avenue and the 34, right? Yeah, there are 34 lines within this project.
There are 34 in the contract, sir, and then there are actually 38. When we have some, can I add one more comment on this one, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. There were so many comments in the Facebook. When we said we have a total of 1,313 residents with the lead service line, there were comments posted, how do the city know? It may be good or it may be bad, and then they were questioning or they were disputing or challenging our records. We have a record for each and every house in the city showing when the water main was installed, what is the content of or what type of a pipe they have for the service line, whether it is lead or galvanized or whether it is copper. So we have a record showing the type of material used for each and every house in the city. And then based on that record, we have developed a map. And that is how we came up with the total number of 1,313 houses in the city out of 13,526, I believe. So we have less than 10%.
And what's the new material then for the line?
Copper. Copper. Okay. Copper, or some people use PVC pipe holes. I believe mainly copper.
Okay. Is that what did we pick for this bid, or it's?
I believe that is what, sir. I can clarify. I believe that it is.
Okay. So then, though, the 1,373,000 is for the water main, and then the 34 lead service lines.
That's correct.
And then it'd be above that once we identify the other homes to meet the 5%, but it's at the rate that's in the.
It will be in the as per the unit price in this contract.
Yeah. Okay. And then I did just want to make sure everyone knows again, as we've discussed, water is safe to drink. I know this gentleman over here had brought it up during hearing of the public. The 5% over 20 years is the state's mandate to do this. So we're taking 5% and replacing 5% per year for 20 years because the state is requiring us to do that now. And again, the water is safe to drink. There's no difference. It was completely different, the tragedy in Flint, where the whole system then had lead in the whole system. Since the water's treated and there's corrosion control, that's why it's safe for everybody in the whole Metro Detroit area to drink the water. And there's no issue. We're just Now, as a state, we've decided to replace them all, so there's not even a possibility for this issue in the future if, you know, a water source is switched or something like that. So I did just want to make that comment too. But yeah, this looks good. Happy we're getting rid of lead service lines here.
Thank you, Councilman. Again, one thing is the 20 years is a term set aside by Eagle. That doesn't mean that, you know, then we will be replacing all this in 20 years only. If money becomes available, we can replace the lines faster. And then there are grant opportunities available. The state budget includes $60 million in grant or very low interest rate loan. So that is one avenue, you know, we can look into.
Sure.
So we will try our best to replace the lead service lines as quickly as possible.
Sounds good to me. Thank you again. Council, any additional questions? Can I get a motion, please?
Sure, Madam Mayor, I'll move that we approve a contract with Deponio Contracting Incorporated of 51231 Simone Industrial Drive, Shelby Township, Michigan 48316, in the amount of $1,373,203.73 to replace the existing water main as well as all lead service lines from the main to the meter on Donald Avenue from Stevens Road to Topher Road. The department's also authorized to add additional locations to the contract to meet the 5% replacement rule issued by Eagle, subject to a written amendment to the contract and prior approval by the City Council if any additional funds need to be added to the contract. And Eagle's, right, Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy, correct now?
Engineering.
Engineering? What'd you say? Sorry?
Department of
Environment.
Environment, Great Lakes, and
Environment.
Environment.
I don't know what I got.
Oh,
Energy.
did I have it?
It said
Oh,
environment.
maybe I switched the E's? I don't know.
That's two environments.
Hmm.
Can I get support, please?
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll. Thank you, Mr. Abraham.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Councilperson DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker.
Yes.
Next item is first reading of amendments to Chapter 46, Article 3, Division 6 of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to stormwater and standards. Mr. Albright, please. Would you like to speak on this a little bit? I know you brought it.
Oh, Madam Mayor, that's just, this is just, there's a recommended penalty, and that's already contained in the city's general penalty section. It's towards the beginning of the ordinances. That can be used for this section as well.
Okay. Questions, council? Can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I motion for the first reading of the amendments to Chapter 46, Article 3, Division 6 of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to stormwater standards as requested by the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy.
Support.
Did you want to say something on this before, or you just stand up there for the next items?
Just if you have questions, you're on a roll.
Okay. I have a motion and support. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido,
Yes.
Councilperson Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilperson Baker,
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico.
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is the consideration of a change to the name of the council office and to provide keys. So I'm going to address all of these items because the majority of people are here for these items. And I'm going to start with why these items are on here. And I'm going to say why. Of course, I'm the one who actually put forth the effort to ask for these changes because of when I first became councilwoman, it was a room that was not used that already has a nameplate that says council on there. So it's already a name up there, but for those who have been living in Eastpointe for so many years, if you did a view of and a tour of this building, you would have already known that was already a room and a name there. It was just gonna get updated. On top of that, the use of a city vehicle. Again, people were misled and confused. It was not buying a new vehicle, it was using a vehicle that we already own that is sitting for city business. If I have to drive to Lansing or do city business, which I always do every single day, that would be used in consideration of the 58-cent tax of reimbursement, which is also a consideration of mine as well. Second, also the key, to provide a key. If council can't agree with me, when I first got that room, I allowed council to have a say in did they want to use that office, and what did council say? No, am I correct?
That's it.
When I
Say that
asked you
again.
guys, did you want to use the room, the office, you guys said no. When I asked you, do you guys use it, because you guys were here before me?
Mhm.
And was it used prior to me by council?
Oh, I generally didn't use it, maybe stopped in there before a meeting or, but just understood it was a shared meeting or a shared space for the city council.
Was it being used? That's the question.
Probably not heavily, and that's why I've said I was happy that you were using it because we do have it, yeah.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
miss-
Madam Mayor, I would only use it before council meetings. I think only one other time did I ever use that office to meet with someone in there. But other than that, it was just before council meetings that I would use that office.
Councilman, I know you used to be the mayor here before I was, and a councilman as well. Did you ever use that office as mayor or council?
I did not. I did not. Would I use it now? If I can't find, if somebody calls me and says, I'd like to talk to you about an issue about the city, and that person didn't want to go to, well, I won't name the restaurant, one of the restaurants in the city, then I would like to have a space where I can talk to that person confidentially, where you know, we're not overheard for what he or she would like to say. So there would be occasions that I probably would want to use it.
Again, when you were mayor years ago in council, you just admitted you never used that room. And so during that time, when you were mayor and council, people had private conversations with you, and you just stated you never used that room.
Yeah.
So now that I'm using the room, you want to say that you want to, I don't have a problem with using it, but as mayor, former mayor, and old council, you stated you never used that room, even for private meetings.
No, well, I don't remember. About private meetings with the council, you mean, or with somebody, a citizen?
With the residents.
Yeah, yeah.
You never used it.
You know what, that's 31 years ago, I don't remember.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm not doing anything that no one has never done. I have a mayor's office, which I take people, residents, and I talk to them about personal matters. I have had conversations in there with people who work for the county, people who live in different areas, not just Macomb County, but in Wayne County, and had conversations in trying to make the city better. Business owners have met with me in there when they said they had problems and weren't treated fairly. Residents who live in the city of Eastpointe have came in there and said and talked to me about things, like Mr. Curley said, that might want to have private conversations. I have talked to the police officer in the city of St. Clair Shores when I was trying to start a neighborhood watch before the director was here, because I started my own. A lot of people don't know that. So I have a lot of conversation. I had a conversation in there with the state rep, Kevin Hertel, and also the senator came in there as well. So I have plenty of conversations with people about making and bringing the city forward. Unlike the past council and mayor that never used it, which was just told to me. And also, like I said before, as you all can testify to, that when I came, I asked, can I use it, and was it being used? You guys said, no, we don't mind, which councilman just admitted to. Also, I also said we can get keys made. Mr. Cotton, do you remember that I said we can do a sharing of the keys just to make sure that our items are safe, and I offer that same key to all of council? Am I correct? Do you remember that conversation?
In general, I do.
Okay, that's all I need. Also, authorization of the mayor and city council. Before I came here, I remember you several times coming to council meetings and stating that you would like to see pictures of the mayors, and all of council agreed. And also, some people in the audience agreed to that too. Correct?
Well, Okay, we're going down to the next item. You want me to speak to the pictures too? No, I can do that.
I'm just saying, before you came up here as the councilman and you were a regular resident,
Yeah.
you spoke on that you would like to see the pictures of the mayors on the walls, correct?
I repeatedly, yeah, let me speak to that right now. Thank you. Years ago, when we had the other city hall, there were pictures on the sidewall, right there, with the other building, and the pictures were past mayors, starting with Robert Kern, who was a mayor from 1929 to 1931, and then it went all the way down to would be the current mayor. And I do understand that the administration is working on all of the pictures. There's a few that they don't have, but they are working on that to be able to make them the same size, because there's some of them that are bigger, and there's also like Robert Kern's frame is probably over 80 years old, 82 years old, so it probably has seen its wear. So they have all the mayor's pictures. I, for one, do not think it's necessary to put pictures of the mayors beyond City Hall. I don't think we need to do that, not only for the cost, but it's not necessary. But people like to come in and take a look at the pictures. They'll look at, for instance, Mildred Stark. If you don't know the history of Mildred Stark, she was an incredible lady. I'm not going to tell you what she did, but go online to find out what Mildred Stark did back in 1948. What she had done for the city was unique, and she ran on that platform, and she got elected. And with the council's help, the five of the council members did what she suggested. So yeah, I would like to see the pictures back on the wall, but as far as putting any pictures outside of City Hall, I would not be in favor of that.
So in those pictures that you recommended that go up, you will be one of those pictures as well, right?
Well, I'm a former mayor, Madam Mayor. As I said, all the pictures of the previous mayors were up there, yeah.
So you agreed that we should have all the previous mayors' pictures up there, and some of the residents agreed that that would be a good idea.
I think so.
And I think so too. Just like I think me as mayor that made history here for, like you said, the lady has a history past as well and did a lot for the community.
Yeah.
I think you should share that same empowerment and encouragement with me as well.
Well, I think your picture should be up there right away too. You're the current mayor, so
Absolutely.
your picture would be the last one on the right-hand side,
Absolutely.
right?
And also, some of these things that I've said are done in, I talked to the mayor of St. Clair Shores. He has his picture up there, so people and residents can know who their mayor looks like and who it is that they're talking to and speaking with, so they can feel comfortable, because there's a lot of people who don't know who their mayor and people who represent them. And they also have it in Roseville, in Mount Clemens, and other cities that are around here. And I don't see why that should be a problem for people to let people know who their elected officials are, and you guys should be proud. I work very hard to be here, and I do a lot of work for this community. You guys should be proud of me, and you should want to see that. Next is, after, let me, because these are about me, and then I'll let you guys talk. So none of these things are not unaffordable. We already have the car, no issue. We already have the room, no issue. The pictures are something that should be done. That should not be an issue. I wish it was that many people in here when we talked about the kids and the fire, the things being stolen, people being hurt. I wish we had these many people in here, but you guys came in here to talk about pictures and cars being used that we already have because of your new mayor. I can tell you line items of the things that I've done as a councilwoman, and I can tell you line items of things I have done before I was a councilwoman, and money I spent out of my own pocket. I know how much we get paid, and you should too, if you did your research. So and I can have many directors and also council know that I come in here daily. Sometimes Mr. Cotton knows I'm here. Right, Mr. Cotton? I need you to talk. I gotta hear you. Please come up. I want you to say a lot. Please come up. I have went to the director and sat with you many days, haven't I? And I've also talked with Chief Sage, and I've also talked with Mr. Fairbrother, and I also try to talk to Mr. Blum when he's not back there being so busy, like I did today. So I spent a lot of time, energy away from my children, my husband, my friends and family, to serve you, just like I did when I was a police officer, giving my life for people I don't know. So I would love you guys to respect me for doing that first and foremost, putting my life on the line as an officer first. And as some of you in here, as pastors and ministers, to pray more for me, be there for me more as your leader, because that's what I am. Some of you didn't elect me, you wasn't supposed to. God did. And you cannot move me because you can't, unless you talk to him first. So instead of coming here and crowding up this place with silly things, research what I've done. Help me with that. I did a book bag drive that served 200 kids and fed them. Nobody in here showed up. In our own community, with my own money, to feed kids. I go outside of here to help human trafficking and give. Where were you? I was there. So if I ask for a card that we already have to make sure your kids are safe, to make sure the research is done, I'm not getting paid for that. I don't want your money. I didn't do this for money. I did this to give people hope. That's why these seats are being filled more than ever with people that don't look like the normal people that used to be here. So you can go on your Facebook pages. You can do all that stuff behind my back. But I'm going to continue to serve the community like I've always been doing. Whether I get any of these items or not, I'm going to still serve. That's my purpose. That's what God selected me to do. So if you have a problem with me being up here, talk to him about it, because he did it. And I think these items on here are so minute. We have bigger problems. We just talked about medical marijuana coming into our community. The opioid crisis that I sit on the board with Mr. Councilman Baker. Who's there, me, Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Fighting for our community. None of you guys are there. Miss Early knows that I'm there, right, Miss Early? But nobody sees that because everybody is complaining. I'm working while you complain. So now, Mr. Cotton, please speak.
Thank you, Mayor Owens, members of the council. I probably am the only person in the room that I think probably has nothing to be gained or lose in my comments. I did do some research. Oh, no. Whoops. And if I do this right, you'll see it. Our camera is turned off. Is that something? By the way,
the button.
Ryan,
Click the button.
Screen.
I don't have the ability to click the button, but I can get them turned on.
all right, thank you. And Mayor Owens, it was
Yes,
my
sir.
bad earlier in the meeting when there was an interruption.
Yes.
Assistant City Manager Fairbrother didn't know that I was working on this presentation. Not quite sure how to get the camera to
I
go
think
on
it turns
again.
on when they come down.
It'll eventually come
Take
on?
a second.
All right.
Yeah, I believe.
So,
Yeah, there it
Yeah, it's
is.
starting to come up.
good. Well, I just want to say there's no question in my mind as a neutral, objective observer that Mayor Owens, yeah, I think it's coming on, is extremely hardworking and has amazed me in many ways at multiple times during the day with her hardworking, opportunities to learn. We've done a number of tours together, and it has exceeded my expectations when you were a council member. And I know as a mayor, you have also performed no differently in terms of your commitment and your time and your diligence, and you have multiple things going on in your life, so it is impressive, and I applaud you for that. I do want to say that, in my humble opinion, this conversation tonight is really not about one person, or it's not even about one council. It's about every single council that has served in your capacities since the charter was written and adopted, which I believe was something like 1929. That charter was based on something called the council manager form of government that is unlike a township. It's unlike a village. It's unlike a strong mayor. It's unlike a commission form of government. It's a unique form of government. And I know Mayor Owens is familiar with this by virtue of some of the research you have in front of you that you did earlier. On top of all the other things you were doing this research. So I won't belabor it except to say that it was formed, this type of government was invented in 1908. Staunton, Virginia was the first community that adopted it. And the point was very simple. Rather than being elected with maybe lack of knowledge, lack of ethics, or maybe interested in the spoil system and employing people that you knew, which was the multiple governments had that form prior to 1908, big city, you can think corruption, all that. That's not Eastpointe, don't get me wrong, but the council manager form of government was created so that the council was elected to set policy. The mayor was elected to preside over that setting of policy, and then a person who was knowledgeable and had expertise was hired and called the city manager to do the administration. So it's not about any one person, what we're talking about tonight. In my opinion, it's about that structure and that form of government that swept the country, and now something like over 10,000 communities have adopted this form of government. It's the most prevalent form of government, and that's what this conversation is really about. What kind of emphasis we put on and how we get the public's business done. So switching to what I have some research on today. This is elected officials. I want to get it to, I'm not used to using without a mouse. Is this the right one? Yes, all right. So it's only like 4 slides, but I wanted to underscore some of what you've already heard. If I can move this forward. There. So this is Mount Clemens. You see that did I spell that right? I'm
That's
not from this area.
Roseville, though, isn't it?
Oh, you're right. That's Roseville. My slides got switched. Well, let's talk about Roseville. There is where the wreath is where there's a picture of the mayor and council, usually, but it's the holiday season, so the wreath was put there, and that picture was temporarily removed. That picture was distributed to all the other city buildings, including the court. It was unknown by the personnel this morning what is actually on display. It's not in the library because the library is right next door. No one's really checked to see if it's on display, and I didn't have that time to do so either. On the top are the mayor's pictures, and including the current mayor, from right to left. And they were made consistent, similar to what Councilmember Curley said. So this same system exists in the city of Holland, Michigan, where I'm most familiar with, and it's somewhat common. What you don't have are the pictures of Mount Clemens. So I blew that. I have them on my camera. It's same thing. It's an 8x10 where that wreath is. There's an 8x10 of the council for the city of Mount Clemens. They do not have that picture in their other city buildings. And they do not have the mayors individually, but they have all the councils through the years, plus the mayor up there. So In summary, what's typical is pictures of former mayors in City Hall. A little less typical it includes the current mayor. Less typical are pictures of the current council in City Hall, although you can see that that's done frequently. And it's unusual that pictures of the current council are in other city buildings. However, in my experience in 35 years, I've never seen it, but in Roseville, they do that. So that's my recommendations. There is some cost to that. I do think it's a good idea to put the council in the library. I hadn't thought of that before our conversation, Mayor Owens, but I think that would be a very educational place for people to know how their community is served by policymakers. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I had one point of information. The previous council had already approved to do all the previous mayor pictures. We've already given direction to city administration to do that. Just hadn't been, well, the person that was going to do it has retired from the city, and it's not done. So we've already agreed to put previous mayors on the wall.
Thank you for
At least
clarifying
for
that.
part
I
of
wasn't
this.
able to confirm that prior to this, so that,
I don't
good,
remember us confirming. I thought it was a conversation that we agreed upon.
We didn't vote, but we just gave, it was like a straw poll at the table here. You know, he was sitting over there and we had agreed. I mean, we didn't take a vote, so I mean, I guess, but
That was when Mr. Ultimus was here.
yes,
Yeah, we
that's
talked
the
about it.
gentleman I'm talking about, yes.
We have to take a vote when we're talking about money, though. And we didn't
Well,
talk
but it's
about-
under $5,000, so I think that's probably why we didn't take a vote.
I
Mr.
think we
Altimus
should,
was researching how much it would cost to do what had been discussed. He was not able to finalize any pricing, which is why it never came back to council.
Okay, since we approved 5,000, let's make sure that when my picture's on there, it's under 5,000. So since that's the budget that we approved, let's make sure that it's approved with, since the budget was 5,000, correct? We can't,
Well, no, we didn't give about, I'm saying 5,000 is our bidding
right,
limit,
so let's try to keep,
and we had
that's
just
what,
mentioned,
5,000?
sorry, we had just mentioned just all previous mayors at that point. We weren't talking about who's sitting up here currently, I guess, at that point, from what I recall.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to wait till Mr. Baker got back. He ran
Oh,
to the
okay.
restroom. So I was
Okay.
just trying to like hold off the conversation for a second.
Okay.
I could
Well, you
replay
should
that
do
for
that.
Mr. Baker. At the council table previously, informally, we didn't actually vote. We gave direction to Mr. Altimus to put the previous mayor pictures on the wall at a previous council meeting. That's all. I was just saying a, little piece of information.
Councilwoman.
Current council on rear council chambers wall near pillar. I'm just wondering where that's at.
The pillar.
Oh, over there. Okay.
Well, actually, when I brought it to Mr. Cotton's attention, he's telling us in most places it's just the former mayor. I'm the one who included mayor and council. So when people act like it's just about me, this whole agenda majority was based upon all of council using the cars or getting reimbursement, correct, Mr. Cotton?
I think that would make the most sense. If it's good for one, it should be good for all.
Absolutely.
Same as the office. And I will say that we have 12 personnel in that department. 11 use the vehicles, and we have 8 vehicles total. So with some reservation system, anything is possible. However, I think it's a slippery slope in relation to the cars, because we have to think about not only all of you, but also everyone who will come after you. There's driving records, and there's ways to, I don't know, for lack of a better word, make sure that there's not abuses, and of course, there's all kinds of things associated with the reservation.
Madam Mayor, do you mind if we just go through these one by one, and then we can just make our motion on each one for right now?
Absolutely. Well, I had to, majority of the conversations were
Right.
pretty much based on me, so I want to just give my opinion about what they were really about, since no one, because every time we have these agendas, they are posted so people can see it. So I believe that people had time to call me personally in my office or see me in my office that you pay for with your tax money to come see me and sit with me about these issues. And you could have already known that and not have openly attacked me. So go ahead.
Madam Mayor, you have, currently there's a desk in there with a door that you can lock now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I would make a motion, if you don't mind, to rename the current council office as mayor and council office. And I know you requested keys, but I think at this time, let's just leave no keys, because you have the drawer, and we can always address that later. Is that okay for you?
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Actually, Mr. Blum, I think, actually gave me a reason to have to use the space now because
Me too. Oh, yeah, that
the
computer.
BSNA software is only available on our intranet. We can't do that from home, so I would have to come and use a computer in City Hall.
That would not be a problem.
Unfortunately, I'd like to do it from home, but
The other thing to keep in mind with the keys too is school board uses it too, so that you'd have to have a key available for them. So
No, I-
something to consider.
Well, they can use the
Some members have used it for private conversations. We're aware of that.
Well, they're gonna start using it for conference rooms from now on, okay? Or if you want to let them use yours, they can use that too. But,
So,
let's go continue.
I made a motion.
I'll support that motion.
Okay. Motion and support. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
yes.
Mayor Owens?
You didn't include the discussion.
This,
We just
You're gonna do?
we just did the office right now, and now we're moving
Okay.
to pictures next.
That was all in the same one. You
Well,
probably didn't see that.
No, they're separate on here. We
Yeah,
have
you
separate
read the-
motion.
Oh, right here.
she read the recommended motion for the first item.
Then there's a
Okay.
separate motion
Oh, for the pictures.
that's-
Yes.
I have a separate, that's what's in the packet, a separate motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Now we're gonna go to,
Madam Mayor, I think you still had to vote.
She said yes.
I say yes.
Oh, okay.
No, I talk so low. So you wanna, go ahead and talk about the posting and the pictures and.
So, yeah, the
and
pictures would be the next item. So yes, Mr. Curley did bring up, before he was even elected to council,
Yeah.
putting up the pictures of the past mayors. And I do agree with Mr. DeMonico. I do think we were kind of leaning towards giving, at the time, the assistant city manager direction to do so, even though there was never a formal vote. So I'm completely fine with that. When it comes to the city council pictures or having them any other building, to me, it's not important, so I really don't have like a strong opinion on it.
So you said as councilwoman, you don't feel like it's important to have your picture up in, city buildings.
Correct. I mean, having the mayors, I think it would look nice, I mean, including you, the present mayor, in the city council chambers, I think would be appropriate. But if everyone else wants it, I mean, I'm not saying I'd say, no.
Okay.
So,
I just want to include you guys. That's why I
Right.
said
No.
that. I didn't
Yeah.
want it to be about Monique Owens. I just wanted to let people, and Mr. Cotton knows that conversation. Mr. DeMonico.
I was just going to suggest we stick with the previous mayor's discussion that we had, and then the only thing on this topic I would say is that we should have a group picture of mayor and city council, and it say who everyone is. That'd be my only change, and I think just in City Hall, I don't think other buildings, I think just here, so that everybody can come in and see who the current city council is. I know, that's definitely helpful, and good idea since it doesn't say it anywhere around here, but I think it should just be like a group picture of the current city council and mayor.
Why would you want to have a list of all the mayors except for me on there?
No,
So-
you'd be included in the current.
You didn't say that at
picture.
first. You said,
No, it's-
well, why wouldn't you want me to have my own picture with, this is all the mayors, and then this is your former mayor? Why wouldn't you want that? Can you tell everybody that?
Yeah, so if we're going backwards, we'd have, a picture of Suzanne Pixley, Dave Austin, Frank Accavetti, Jim Kelly, and get to Harvey at some point here. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. But then it'd be the picture of all five of us. So it'd be you and all four of us. So nobody's missing from a picture.
The question was, why wouldn't you want me to be, this is the new mayor, and these are the past mayors? That was the question. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm asking you, because that's what we're talking about.
Well, I'm just suggesting the group picture and all the past mayors. So then you are suggesting we should do group picture of just you, and then a picture of every previous mayor, is what you're saying?
Well, no, what I currently was saying, that we have all of council have their separate pictures and letting everybody know, this is the former council, and this is the former mayor for this is the new mayor, new council, and have it inside, so when people come in, they know how we look, and they know who our names are. A lot of people
Yeah.
don't know how we look, and a lot of people don't know our names, and they elect us.
Madam Mayor?
I think that's important.
Yeah. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Again, putting the pictures back up on the wall is nothing new. They were there whenever the first city hall was built, and when Robert Kern's come there. So when we keep saying past mayors, let's rephrase that. All the pictures will start on the left-hand side with Robert Kern underneath his name, underneath the picture, Robert Kern, Mayor, 1929 to 1931, and then the next one, then the next one. And when they get it to your picture on the other side, it'll say Monique Owens, Mayor Monique Owens, 2019 dash, and that's empty.
Correct.
Okay, and when you finish your term or terms, then they would put that year that you were no longer the mayor. But I do agree with a group picture of the council rather than a individual picture. Let's get a group picture, and if you don't want to put it on the wall with the mayors, there's plenty of room in this building. You could put it back here. You could put it over there where you pick up the agendas. I don't know how big the pictures are, but they have been working on it for a long time. And yeah, I probably was the number one person that kept asking, why aren't the pictures up there? And they said, well, the sizes and the age of some of them are 82 years old, the frames anyway. So I think that putting that together with all the mayors, including yourself, and then a group picture of the council put someplace else in the building here, would be sufficient, and it would be only here in the city hall. So I guess I agree with Cardi.
And it sounds like you agree with Sarah, too.
Okay, I agree with Cardi and Sarah.
Councilman Baker.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I kind of got a pulling back and forth on it because personally, whenever I go into City Hall, I lived in Roseville and I've been in various city halls. I do tend to gander and look at the pictures. So I don't have a problem with that. But one thing that is kind of pulling on me is the concern that the residents have about it. And I know that people have expressed various reasons. But then as I was listening to you, you were saying that it's something that's and I don't want to misquote you, but you're saying basically it's an affordable expense, which makes it which sounds to me like it's no cost to the residents or very minimal cost to the residents. And I guess I would like some clarity on that. The other pulling that I have is that I don't want people to feel upset about the desire of a picture. I think maybe if it's something that's affordable, something that we can do, and it's not really costing us any money, it doesn't bother me. But on the same token, I do understand the concern that the residents do have with some of the bigger, for lack of a better way of saying it, bigger issues that we have. Like some people express issues with the roads and certain things in the neighborhoods. So that is a concern of mine too. But I do agree that people should be able to walk into the building and at least know who's here serving. So I'm in favor of that, but I guess maybe some more clarity. I would like some more clarity as to, what it would cost, or maybe we can break down exactly how minuscule that is to where maybe it won't be a big deal to some people, and maybe it still will be, but I would like some more clarity if that can be provided.
Okay. 'Cause I like the fact that when I go to, like you said, Councilman Baker, that when I go to other cities, they take pride in the people who serve them and the people that were elected by the people. So they take pride in the people that sit up here to serve them. And so I would have hoped that the family town that we represent and that what we say, we would want to see that too. Yes, ma'am?
I'd like to share, the mayor is correct. I've worked in a number of communities in my career, and there has always been past mayors on the wall, sometimes current, but definitely past, and a group photo or individual photos in a grouping so that people do know who their elected leaders are. So, you know, I've worked in government a long time, and I agree with the mayor and council. It's very important that you know who your leaders are. Sometimes we vote by name and we don't recognize faces. But what I'd like to do on behalf of the mayor and council is take a look at the photos that we do have, bring back to you the potential cost of having them resized, framed, and, you know, whatever else needs to be done, bring that cost back to you and have you make a decision from there once I give you a cost. It should be under the allotted amount that I have, but with the concerns that have been brought up, it's not free, because we will have to, as our council member said, you know, there are different sizes of these photos. They'll have to be taken to professionals, but I'm happy to get that for you, get that price for you, get the cost for you, and then we'll go on from there.
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll do that for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just let me tell you what's in my heart about this discussion on the pictures. I lived here for 55 years, and I don't want to lose the history of this city. You know, if I ask you what was the very first name of the 5 names of our cities, some of you may know, but I think most of you don't know. And I want someone, or how we can get back to the history and be proud that you have a house in Eastpointe, or Halfway, or Erin Township, or Orange. How many knew that we used to be called Orange? How many knew that? Not too many. That's part of our history. And when you can come in here, I'm going to get emotional. When you can come in here and look at all the mayors that we've had and what years they served, and you know yourself, and I don't know what kind of suit that Robert Kern had back in 1929, but it wasn't something that we're wearing tonight. But that's okay. You know the history of it. And when you look up Mildred Stark, you're going to be shocked about all the incredible things she did for our city. But that's why, Madam Mayor, that's why I'm so excited about, and I think they're pretty well, City Manager, I think they're pretty well completed. Well, halfway or 3/4. They do have a printing company that is working on it. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but you can find out tomorrow. Maybe you know, Mayor, who it is. But that's why I'm so adamant about getting those pictures up, and bringing back the cost to us will be a great idea if you could bring that back at our next council meeting.
Gladly.
And that is exciting to know your history. And for some people that don't know their history, need to know their history. That's why it's important that the current mayor, who am I, reflects some of the new history for people who don't know their history or don't have the past history like you, Mr. Curley. So we talk about history. We got to share the history of all people.
Yep.
All people. If you want this city to thrive, you can't leave people out.
Yep. Got to be 100%.
You have to be 100%.
Yep.
So your history is not the same as everybody else's.
Yep.
So you have to share and represent other people's history in Eastpointe if we're going to serve the community fairly. And to be fair, I am your new mayor, and I am part of your history now, Mr. Curley.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, my question was maybe just to maybe alleviate some concerns that may have been already addressed and some that may have been unspoken, but because I kind of gravitate that same direction. I do agree. I mean, when I go to different cities or when I go to Roseville City Hall, I do take a look, and it's just interesting to know certain things. And I guess one thing, that hasn't been addressed is like when or how or what, and that's really why I asked about the cost, because it seems that was like one of the biggest concerns that I heard as the residents came up. Well, we can spend this money fixing roads and fixing the water lines. So maybe that's something that, you know, we can give some clarity to going forward. So that was my main reason for asking that, is by no means in disagreement with letting people know the history and letting people know who's serving. But, you know, I don't take lightly the concerns of our neighbors as well.
I don't think we took lightly any of the concerns, Mr. Baker. The concern was when we had no residents came in here, when we talked about putting a whole bunch of pictures on walls, nobody concerned with the price until I asked for my picture up. That's the problem.
And I'm not,
So,
I'm sorry.
That's the issue at hand that I had a problem with, is that, and that is why a lot of people were saying what they were saying. So that was what it was.
Yeah, and
This was already
sorry.
talked about, and you said it was under $5,000, and we didn't hear anything about it from residents or anything until this matter came up. That is what is surprising to me. So we're gonna table this because you said you are gonna find out the pricing.
Brian and I will do the research. We'll look for the existing photos, and we'll get the best estimate we can for you on what it would cost.
Okay, Ms. Councilman.
Oh, yeah. No, you're fine. Just for clarity, I wasn't trying to imply that anyone up here was taking lightly anyone's concerns. I'm just saying, I'm speaking specifically on my perspective. So I wasn't trying to say that anybody else was doing that or not. I can't speak on anybody else's heart or mindset. You know, I can only talk from me. So that's all.
Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Go ahead,
maybe you're
I'm
gonna say
sorry.
the same thing.
If we're going to give Ms. Doom direction to kind of design a plan and come up with an approximate price on how much it would cost to do the pictures in the council chambers of all of the mayors that we've had, including yourself, and maybe a group picture of city council, I think we should recommend a size because it's gonna change the price point. So I believe that Mr. Cotton said Roseville does 8 by 10. So, because that's going to change in price a lot. I know what different sizes, so I think we should.
Yeah. Well, she's gonna do several different prices on different sizes, correct?
Yeah, I'd
Okay,
like to.
yeah.
8 by 10 is a typical size for your family home, but often it's a little bit lost on a wall, so I'd like to get prices that are a little bit larger,
Yeah.
that people could stand back and be able to see the former mayors. But I'll get that for you, and we'll bring that back to you.
Perfect.
So, but what exactly I mean, can you make a motion, Madam Mayor, then? Because what are we doing?
I think I
Just
can
okay.
make a motion on
All right.
this. Let's try this, okay?
Okay.
I'll motion for the city manager to come up with a design plan and some approximate price points on placing pictures of all of our past and current mayor and city hall chambers, along with one group photo of the city council with nameplates.
Support.
Motion is supported. Please call the roll.
I had.
Oh, I'm
well,
sorry,
I
Mr.
sorry, I just
DeMonico.
had one comment. So, I guess just I was just saying, so all former mayors and a picture of the mayor and city council as a group, because we work as a group. We all have one vote. That was the one picture, and then all the former mayors. You're saying also, so we'll have a picture of Mayor Owens and then also a group photo? Is that what you were saying?
The group photo will only be the 4 of us. Because Monique
Oh.
Owens is gonna have her individual picture with the other mayors, and then it could even be on a different wall, the 4 of us, in one group photo. That's what I was thinking, with our names underneath still.
I disagree
mean-
with that, but
I was gonna have it where I am at the top and the 4 of you are at the bottom.
oh, we were doing one photo. Okay, so we're doing individual.
I will have liked individual, but if we're gonna do, but no,
I
that.
guess that's why I wanted to clear.
Well,
up
if you're
that.
saying it like that, we all take a picture. I don't agree with that.
Mhm.
I'll go back to agreeing with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Well, I mean, even if your picture was right
Right
by
there,
ours
yeah.
right now, and then moved to the wall of past mayors when you're done
Yeah.
serving, we
Yeah.
could always do it that way too. I mean, however they design it, I don't
Yeah.
care. I was just giving the idea on what we were actually asking for.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just Just one more
I
comment.
know we're gonna be this long on the picture.
That's okay. No, that's fine. That's important. Let's make it simple. We're going to put all the mayors from 1929 to 2020, 2019 on that wall. We can talk about the size, and I'm telling you that when I talked to Randy Altimus, they were starting on this thing. They were getting its size, so and then as far as the other picture of the city council, why don't we just, all five of us, we're all on the city council, the five of us. Why, I don't know if the four of us, they say, well, I thought there was five on the city council, somebody's missing them. Well, what the heck?
Yeah, I like that.
But I'm not,
That's fine.
but I do have to ask this, I do have to ask you a question. On this group picture, we're all smiling, we're, shoulder to shoulder like this. I guess I didn't catch what you meant when you said you would be on the top and we would be on the bottom. I'm not sure I understand that.
Or we could do circular, if it was, individual pictures.
Oh, no, this is going to be a group picture.
I like the group picture.
Yeah, with five of us, because that's the
Five of
council.
us. And then have my, own picture with the rest of the mayors.
An 8x10.
Yeah. Yeah, everything is 8 by 10 and mine is the biggest one. I'm just playing. Mr. Baker, did you have anything?
Oh,
you
no,
wanna say?
no, that was
Okay.
just I already asked my question. I'm good.
We have a motion. Can I get support?
Can we clarify it just one more time?
Well, I don't think it's gonna make a difference right now with where we're at with pricing. We're still having one group picture and pictures of all the mayors, so. And then they're gonna bring back a design for us, which has kind of been discussed, so.
Will do.
Okay.
So did you understand that?
All right, so
All
picture all the mayors, including you,
The former one, yeah, the new mayor.
and a group photo of
all of
all
us.
five of us.
Yep.
All right.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I gotta ask you a question. We've been sitting up here for 3 hours and 5 minutes, and I'm 83 years old. Could we take a 5-minute break?
I'll roll on this.
I won't tell you what I have to do, but could we have 5 minutes?
Once you, give us, we had a motion and support. We didn't get support, did we?
We got support, I think.
I have motion by Lucido, supported by Baker.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
No.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes?
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Would you like to take a 5-minute recess for the restroom, please?
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah, actually, that'd be great.
Okay.
I was actually getting ready to ask
I know.
also. Mr. Mayor was, oh.
Okay. No. Yes. Okay, we're still waiting for Mr. DeMonico. Okay, he's on his way up here.
I guess we could sing Christmas songs while we're waiting for the other council person. Who wants to lead us? And Jingle Bells or something like that?
Yeah. Thank you. It'd be okay.
The weatherman says it's only 5% chance of snow on Christmas Eve. Yeah, yeah. So, okay, we can't sing any songs. Nobody started it.
Okay, Mr. Councilman DeMonico is back. And the next item on the agenda is the discussion regarding city council use of city vehicles for city business. On this agenda, it says potentially require a new vehicle. I don't think that, Mr. Kai, can you come back up to the podium? I don't think a city vehicle would be required, a new one. I know this was on here as a financial impact. I don't think we need to have a new vehicle needed. And the reason this was on the council agenda was a need-to basis, not a car to just drive around in. But for, you know, places like Lansing or MML or things like that, or various other conferences or things like that for city business on a need-to basis. Can you speak on that, please?
Right, technically, a reservation system would make it so you wouldn't need a new vehicle. I think it's a slippery slope, though, with the, because there's 5 of you, and there's 8 cars and 10 people that use it. So it's unprecedented, so in terms of this community, and I think that if you're going to do this, I think you would probably want to come up with a whole policy. I mean, and think it through long and hard, because there will be complications. There will be, I'm not saying anyone here, but I've seen it all in terms of what happens in and with vehicles, even involving city, bona fide city staff that are supposed to, do things always right. Sometimes the future people you can't count on doing things always right. So it's a slippery slope.
Right.
Mr. Cotton, I got one question for you. Has anyone looked into like the cost of like, insurance, if that's gonna make a difference for insurance, or like liability? Also, like, just, because I know it was something that was kind of mentioned, I think, before.
Yes, I know Randy Blum has looked into the insurance. I'll just say that things change on people's driver records. So snowplow drivers have to maintain a CDL, and that's a constant struggle to make sure that they haven't had some kind of problem that they haven't reported, and that causes situations in communities I've served. And the same thing would be true if it's all opened up to council. There's issues associated with driving records that have to be constantly monitored. Randy?
Yeah, if we added an extra vehicle, sure, it would raise the premium a little bit, not much. If you can make it work within the existing fleet, we actually have 10 code enforcement vehicles, not 8. But there are 12 people that have to share them 5 days a week. Most people see the 10 vehicles sitting out there after 5 o'clock when people have gone home, and they assume they're not being used. They are used every day, every morning, every afternoon, Monday through Friday. They are out roaming the city doing the code enforcement. We do have a 5-passenger Ford Transit. That is we call it the City Hall vehicle. That is the one that anybody can use if they're going to training, going on a trip. It has always been available to council for things like MML. Most people prefer the comfort of their own vehicle. The majority of past council has not remitted for mileage reimbursement, but they are eligible for it. It would just be a matter of making sure there's no conflict, that somebody has it scheduled for a class on a day that somebody else wants to take it to Lansing for an MML conference. But the transit has always been available for conferences or going to SEMCOG or something like that. There would probably need to be a policy, though we don't have one. We have an employee policy for vehicles. There would probably have to be one a little bit different for council to clarify what is and isn't city business. You can't be driving residents around. This is for the employee or the council person only. If they're going to use a city vehicle, the insurance is not going to cover passengers of any type. So there's different rules insurance-wise that would come into play. But like I said, the transit's always been available. It's always been offered. Most people, in fact, no council person has ever taken it just because they like their own car. So.
Yeah, the reason being, no council person has ever taken it. I've been a councilwoman for 2 years, and I never knew that. If I knew that, this wouldn't be part of the agenda item. So now that we know that we have a car that's in use already for council, which you just admitted, and we have a 58 cent per mile, I think Ms. Pixley was reimbursed for
She
mileage.
occasionally does, depends on
Yeah, I never was, and
trip.
I went further places and used my own money. So just to put that on the record. So when I get done talking, I'm just letting you know some of these things that's on here already was for council use. It's just up for discussion I'm glad you brought up the insurance. I didn't know that part. So maybe you can give us some prices on, you said it's not that big of a
No,
charge.
it's a pooled vehicle. We're actually on the hook for the first 125,000 of any claim.
Okay.
So it's only the amount above that we pay insurance premiums for. So it's, adding one car wouldn't make a difference. But we're not talking about adding a car, we're just saying it's available.
Right.
So there would be actually no change in the insurance. We do check employee driving records to make sure there's no reckless drivings, no DUIs, that kind of stuff.
Correct.
That would also have to be done for anybody that's going to use a vehicle.
Correct. And you're here Monday through Friday, correct? For anybody that have any additional questions on purchases or anything like that, that's why you pay your tax money, for information, Monday through Friday. Mr. DeMonico, please.
Mr. Blum, were you saying the transit van is for city hall employees or city council?
We call it a city hall vehicle because it's a pool vehicle for anybody in city hall. Code enforcement has their own fleet, so they don't use it. But if Ms. Van Haren has to go to Semboya for training, she can take it if she wants. If somebody's going out to Bath, Michigan for some BSNA training, they can take it. A lot of the clerk training, they take 3-4 people at a time and they just pile in the transit and go.
City council's not included in any motor pool.
Well, no, like I said, it has been available if somebody needed to take it to Lansing for the MML conference. It's been offered in the past. Nobody's ever taken us up on it.
Now we know, now we all can go together, okay?
I
am not.
You're not gonna drive in that big, beautiful van and all of us do things together.
It's a little beautiful van.
All right. That says a family town on there.
I guess to the point that I believe Mr. Cotton and Ms. Doom made, that's fine. But I was just thinking that we probably should put some sort of policy in place to make sure, you know, it's being used, or like we might have to sign it out. If we're gonna be on an MML, we have to kind of make sure that, you know, it's not like election time or something and they need it for that or something, you know what I'm saying? So there should be some sort of policy written. So maybe we can direct our city manager to write a policy for use of the transit van.
Or Mr. Albright,
Or,
that's his job. Can you do that for us, Mr. Albright, and work with the city manager to put that together, please?
Of course, Madam Mayor.
Thank
I'll
you.
support that motion.
Well,
It was just this, no motion, just really a
okay.
discussion on
what,
that.
was there a motion?
No, it was just a discussion.
We're still discussing.
Well, if you want to continue, go ahead. We're
Well-
going to the next item.
No, I don't want to go to the next item because I haven't given my opinion. No, I don't think any elected official should be allowed to use a city car. The government says that you can, and I appreciate the fact when you say you drive a lot of miles, and you probably do. But I think turning in 58 miles for however many miles I went for a particular day, or you went, or the rest of the council went, would suffice. I just don't understand why we have to even open this up, and now Councilman Lucido suggesting that we write a policy without even talking about what if we're in favor of that or not in favor of that. But I'm not in favor of the council members or the mayor using any vehicle, whether it's a 10-passenger or a 2-passenger. I'm dead set against it.
Mr. Curley, I'm sorry, just so I can respond to
Okay.
him, if you don't mind.
Oh,
No, I mean, I agree. I'll never use the transit van. I don't think it's necessary, but Mr. Blum said that it's always been available, so that's the only reason why I suggested if it has always been available, there should be a policy in place.
Well, being available and taking are two different things. There may be a day that one of the code enforcement officer is sick, and he said, well, we'll take car number 186 because John's sick today, so that's available for us to use. That's not how you do things.
Well, I'm glad that we all up here have our own opinion. Mr. Baker, please. You have anything you want to add? I'm just asking.
I don't think there's really anything for me to add. The policy, according to Mr. Blum, was already there. The availability of the vehicle was already there. So it sounds to me that there is no change in the policy, if I'm understanding it correctly. And I understand Councilwoman Lucido is saying that since it's already available for us to use, then maybe making sure that there's some kind of policy or rules or guidelines that we follow, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I myself will not use it either. But I guess if it's something that's always going to be available to members of council, to have guidelines, if there are none in place, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. But the necessity of using a city vehicle, I don't see that we need to. But I do understand, like it was said, if there was training and we were all going up to training together and we carpooled, I wouldn't be opposed to it. But other than an exception like that, I have no need to use a city vehicle. So.
We buy the transit van, Mr. Blum.
That is a 2015, but it actually didn't arrive till 2016.
Yeah, so so I'd have to disagree then, and we've never discussed city council ever driving any sort of car, and we've only had it I've been on council that whole time. We've never discussed city council driving a city vehicle.
The availability was passed, it was not a public discussion, but the availability was passed on to council. It may not have made it from one group to the next, but it has been available. And especially now in this day and age of lease vehicles with mileage limits, somebody may not want to put miles on their lease vehicle running out to Lansing because it might put them over, which is one of the reasons it became available.
Well, I guess I just feel the same way as Councilman Curley. I think we just do the 58 cents per mile. I don't think because we're just talking about a couple times a year at most, I guess. What, MMLs twice a year, usually once it's in Detroit and once it's in Lansing. There's a handful of other things, SEMCOG's usually in Detroit, I think, right? So.
Well,
Go ahead.
well, thank you, not always. And moving forward, again, when we talk about what we used to do, this is 2019. We're going to have new ideas. We have a new council. We have new ideas. And moving forward, just like the medical marijuana, we never had medical marijuana ever, and we're doing that. So when we talk about new ideas, and he just said you got the transit, that was when you were elected and you didn't know that, right?
No, I was saying, I've been here, like I said, I've been to 100 regular meetings in a row now. We've never discussed taking a city vehicle at a council meeting. We have not, and I'm just disagreeing with your new idea then.
You can disagree. I want you to speak your mind. That's what democracy is.
Yeah.
But I want us to know that it's going to be new ideas, just like your new idea was accepting medical marijuana. Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification, Madam Mayor. So is it the direction of council that the city attorney office, along with city manager Doom, is to draft a proposed policy with regard to the transit van only?
We haven't got there yet.
No, that's why I'm asking for a point of clarification.
Yeah, actually, I want to clarify a couple other points too, if you don't mind, really quick. So with the transit van, I mean, I wouldn't think this would be used for like day-to-day use. I'm thinking like it would only be if all of us are going to one seminar or some sort of training, and it was used for like carpool purposes. And even at that, it's going to be tough because like, I mean, I will probably never be available to drive, but I don't think it should be for single person use, especially for far trips, because of the size of the van and the cost. I mean, I think that if there was like a group thing, like when we did the city tour or something like that, where there was a group of people, and maybe that's kind of where we need to put the specifics in the policy. Like for a carpooling purpose, if we were using it for a carpooling purpose.
That's why I was looking for clarification, because I think what Mr. Blum had indicated is that there should be a policy with regard to the transit van, because there isn't one, even though it's been available since 2016. So that's what I was looking for, is direction on that, to work with Ms. Doom to see if that's the direction of the council, to have a policy with regard to the transit van only.
And I'll also like to add, Ms. Doom, because you spoke about a lot of the conferences aren't always in Lansing and downtown Detroit. There are in other places, sometimes in Ohio, sometimes in other places like that. And majority of the time, since I have more availability during the day than most council, I have attended, if you can ask Mr. Cotton to pull up the records for transparency, that I have taken the most classes and did the most conferences than most of council up here, because I know most of you guys work during the day, and I know that you have your children, so sometimes you can't come. but to, you know, I go to the classes, I use the resources so that I can have the knowledge for the city of Eastpointe. So, please.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Prior to my becoming a city manager, I was also an elected official. I was a township supervisor, which is terminology for the equivalent of a mayor in a township. And I did have availability of a city vehicle, although I also chose not to use it most of the time. But with that availability, there was a policy in place that really clearly dictated passengers, when it could be used, how it could be used, and for what purposes. So it really is in the best interest of the community to have a policy in place for use of any vehicle should it be needed by whether it's one person, whether it's the entire group. It just gave clear direction as to how it could be used and how it cannot be used due to insurance costs and potential liability. So my recommendation would be, if the council is willing, to have our attorney and I craft a policy that may not be used, but it's a policy in place that anyone can follow very clearly, whether it's this council or future councils. It's a good thing to have to protect ourselves and to protect our elected officials who may use those vehicles.
It would be it's not a policy that's being voted on tonight. It's just
Right.
directing both Ms. Doom and I
Direction.
Yeah.
to draft something, bring it back for city council, additional discussion, and possible vote, either
Yeah.
for or against.
I think you should.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you're going to direct the city manager and the attorney to do that, before we leave this, I want somebody to make a motion, and I want to vote on it. I just don't want to say, you go ahead and do it. I want somebody to make the motion and second it, and I want to vote on if we're going to do that policy.
Well, I think there should be a vote on that.
Right, yeah, I was gonna say, that's what we
Okay.
should.
Well, I'm not going to make the motion because I don't want to do that.
So, excuse me, so basically, we're not really voting whether or not someone can use a vehicle. The vehicle is, the use of the vehicle is already there.
No, it's not.
So-
It's not there.
Okay,
It is not there.
There's no policy. There's no policy.
okay,
Randy can say what he wants. It's not there for the city council.
Yeah, we're trying to draft the policy so it can be an understanding of the use of the vehicle.
okay, so I'm hearing a conflict here because Mr. Blum is saying that city council has always had the use of the transit van. Mr. Curley, you're saying that that is not accurate. So how do we know, what can we look at in writing that says that either we can or we can't?
Well, to me, the city council's in charge, so we just decide right now. We're either gonna not do a policy, or we're gonna do a policy. We've never talked about it in a meeting, so I don't know what we're,
Writing a policy about the vehicles and decision of should the city council and mayor use the vehicles are two different things. They should have had a policy written years ago. So it has nothing to do with us.
I agree. Mr. Blum, hold on one second. Let's have order. Mr. Blum, do you have the policy of what you just said?
There is no written policy for council usage. There is an administrative order for vehicle usage, but that's directed at employees. What I'm saying is that the transit was available to council if they wish to. There was no written policy to that effect.
Okay. You guys Councilwoman,
I just think that, I mean, regardless, even if we're gonna change the policy, I think we need to write a policy, one way or the other. So we should just have Mr. Albright draft a policy at this time, and then if we decide we wanna change something in that policy, but I think we need a starting spot with a policy. There has to be a policy in place.
Okay, so this is where I'm kind of, I think are we adopting a policy for something that exists, a right that we can utilize, or are we actually voting that we can use the vehicle? Because it's not in writing, then no policy or there's no existence saying that we can use that van. It's really just word of mouth. So are we writing a policy saying that we can use the van, or are we writing a policy saying when we use the van, we can do A, B, C, or D, or whatever. That's what I need clarity on.
Pretty much all of that.
I think it could be any of that.
Yeah,
I guess whatever
pretty
we
much
do
all
right
of
now.
that.
'Cause, yeah,
We're
that-
voting to create one. Now, if in that policy, we don't want council to use it, or we don't want it for certain things, then that's when we have that vote on what we don't want and what we do want.
Okay.
So everything you just said will be put together. In the
If I
pub-
may, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Just for clarification, what we would be presenting to you is not a policy. It's a potential draft for you to review, certainly change, or reject completely. It's just a potential policy that will protect the city, protect you as an elected official. No voting on it until you all have a chance to take a look at it, make any changes that you feel are necessary to meet your needs, and we would bring that back to you. So the vote is simply to ask us to draft a proposed policy that you would vote on at a later date.
And with this proposed policy, and I apologize if I'm sounding redundant, but is this proposed policy, is it to say, can we use the vehicle, or that we're already using the vehicle, or when we use the vehicle? That's really what I'm, because it sounds like we're kind of saying we're drafting a policy just for going forward that we can vote on, but like some of our council members now are against using the vehicles. So Mr. Blum saying that the right to use it is already there, but if there's nothing in writing,
Yeah, we're gonna put something in writing as some of the things you said, and then council is going to, once we put it together, then we're gonna vote what we don't want in that. So if in that policy it says council can use it, if you don't want us, if council says we don't want that in the policy, it won't be. We just putting the draft together like, City Manager, Doom just said, we putting a draft together, and what you don't want in that draft will be taken out, and what you wanna add to it can be taken in. Councilwoman, please.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind. Yeah, I mean, originally I was planning on tabling this issue, but then we had such a large hearing of the public about this issue tonight.
Yeah.
So I definitely wanted to have a discussion on it, but I know you even supplied me with some information that I wanted to look at, and I have not had a chance to review.
Okay.
And not to mention the fact that I had, I wanted more time to research this in other communities. So that's why I'm fine with right now with moving forward with at least just having a policy written with, if we were to, no one can use the transit van right now until we have a policy in place, but then have a policy written to describe when it would be appropriate to use the transit van for council, how we would go about making arrangements to use it, and it can be rejected at that time. I mean, it can totally be rejected at that time, but I think right now, just moving forward, having a policy to review and having a starting point on something to look at is gonna make us be able to make a more knowledgeable decision on this. So, Madam Mayor, I will motion to direct the city attorney, along with the city manager, to draft a potential policy on using the transit van with city council and the mayor.
I think it needs to be more specific than that.
What do you want me to add?
Well, you didn't even say if we were using, because I was gonna motion and say we make a policy that we don't use any city vehicles. That's what I'm saying, like, are we using it? When can it be used? I mean, I think our attorney does not want to come up with those points, I guess is what I'm saying.
I don't see why he wouldn't.
So, okay,
Well, because there's clearly not
well,
agreement.
it would just be for the transit van, because that was the one that was stated
Yeah.
that was available for us to use. It would only be for this transit van. And I guess, moving forward, it would, like I said, I don't think for single-person use, it would be logical to use a transit van. But for carpooling things to different, seminars or, training and procedures, things like that, I think would be appropriate.
Madam Mayor, does the council maybe want to incorporate into that motion or make a separate motion that, based on the discussions here this evening, that the council members will not be using the transit van until such time as authorized by a policy approved by the majority of the council members?
I would be fine with that.
But we don't have one in place for the employees either, do we?
Yes.
Mr. Blum indicated there is.
It was
We
done
do
through
have
an
one.
administrative order. The city manager does those. It's not a council policy, it's a city manager policy.
That way, if proposed policy is not ultimately approved, the the motion indicating that the transit van is not to be used would then stand until otherwise amended or changed by the council.
Okay.
So just a transit van.
Just the that's, I'm just putting out a suggestion that, that part of the motion be the transit van is not to be used until approved by a policy approved by the majority of the council. So that's.
But you're saying any use at all by the mayor and council in the future would only be the transit van? It wouldn't be one of the other cars?
So yeah, I would amend my motion to say that no other city vehicles should be used by council along with the transit van until we have a policy in place.
Motion, can I get support?
Motion dies.
Motion dies. Next item on the agenda is discussion on changes to the city council rules of procedure bylaws. Mr. Albright?
Who put this on the agenda?
Is this basically,
Mr. Cotton, please.
Thank you. And looking at my copy, there should be a page 7, 8, and 9. I did not have 8 on mine. Do any of you have page 8 of the rules of procedure?
no?
Oh.
You got 2 pages.
Yeah.
So that is a missing page, and that page speaks to hearing of the public. So perhaps City Attorney Albright has that handy.
Yeah, Mr. Albright.
It was suggested by 2 council members that they're, one's no longer on council, one is on, maybe we should look at the rules of procedure and talk about how we can make the hearing of the public most effective and efficient and mutually beneficial. So that's why it's on this agenda. It can be deferred, there's no priority, given that the hour is late.
Madam Mayor, I have one suggestion, and this is regarding the hearing of the public at the beginning of the meeting, along with at the end of the meeting. It's 3 minutes. The one suggestion that I would have, and I've heard this from other individuals that have used that opportunity to speak about city business, is that a lot of times they get caught up in what they're speaking about and sharing with the council, in that they don't know how much time. Yeah, they know that they have a certain amount of time as their time is winding down, but to be able to see how much time they had. So I think it would be a good idea to have some type of clock. I know that other cities have that with a timer and a countdown that would start when the person starts speaking, have it displayed somewhere in the council chambers, so when the person is speaking, they can actually see that, and so they can gauge what topics they want to cover, and they know when their time period is coming to a conclusion. So that would be one suggestion that I think would be beneficial to anyone speaking at the council. That way they know how much time they have.
Yeah, I like that suggestion, because I hate when I have to interrupt someone while they're speaking in the middle of their thought, saying you have 30 seconds left. And I know I went to I think I've spoken with you before, Mr. Albright, about, of course, order. And as a police officer, I believe in order, and growing up as a Christian, we talked about order in the church, so I'm all about order. And so saying that at certain council chambers, some people actually write their names down on a sheet of paper and talk about, in a small little, sentence about what they want to talk about. And council or mayor, I think it was mayor, or I forgot who it was, they looked at what the topics were, and was it, respectful or had anything to do with what was going on. Like, for instance, if it was something on there saying, well, talking, trying to bully me up here or bully a council member by saying certain things. We do believe in freedom of speech, but at the same time, we believe in respect on our leaders and things like that. And so certain things or certain topics would not be discussed, or that person would not be called. So, have you ever had that experience or anything like that?
I'm aware of certain communities that require people to sign in and also indicate what topic they plan on speaking about. But the council does need to be careful. Of course, we do have our First Amendment, and people have a right to speak about a wide variety of things, and maybe things that are not comfortable with other people. But that is certainly a discussion that the council should have if you want to go into that area. Depending on what concerns the council may have, council certainly doesn't have to make a decision this evening, but if there's something that, you know, they're interested in, then we can talk about that. But I just think having the timer, as a starting point would be.
Yeah. Well, you spoke earlier.
I don't think anybody can argue that that's a bad idea.
No.
Yeah.
I think the timer.
I think you
I think
spoke
that's- I think
earlier.
that's fairly neutral.
I think you spoke earlier about making sure that you don't attack certain individuals and speak in a group. So that's pretty much, I'm saying, on the same line of that.
Generally speaking, the way council meetings have been conducted, personal attacks on council members, personal attacks on members in the audience, personal attacks on city officials, that's generally not deemed to be in the best interest of the city. So we want to gauge, the comments from the podium should be directed to the council as a whole. Members or people speaking at the audience, and that, again, that's set forth on each agenda, not to be addressing the audience. Now, certainly, if somebody wants to look at the audience and they're speaking, but their comments should be directed to the council up here at the table.
Yeah. Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
First of all, you do have the responsibility, and there's no problem when you say, but if we have the clock, we won't have to do that. But in the past, when you say you have 30 seconds left, that's perfectly all right. I don't know why we're even talking about this. First of all, when I get the agenda, it said the new city council has asked to review the city council's rules. I guess since I've only been here since November 5th, I would consider myself a new city council, and I didn't know anything about it. I didn't give my opinion on it. But we reduced it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. The clock is going to be fine, and try to sit here and determine what rights our citizens have and to diminish their rights of coming up and speaking. And you handled that fine, Madam Mayor. When somebody started to attack somebody, you cut them off, and that's exactly what you should do. You could even go so far as if somebody gets crazy up there, you have a switch under your table there, and you hit the switch, and it shuts off the TV and the sound. I mean, you could do that, but to sit here and try to determine, well, they have to sign a piece of paper to come up, and they can't talk about this, they can't talk about that, and then we talk about we want the citizens to be part of us and be part of the group and correspond with the people. But the clock is a good idea, and I think that's as far as we ought to go.
Madam Mayor, I kind of agree with Mr. Curley, only because I feel like if we had someone, if we were editing what people were writing, and someone was coming here to complain about me, they're not gonna write on their sheet of paper, I'm coming to complain about Councilwoman Lucido. They're gonna come and complain about the way I handled the agenda item. So that's what they're gonna put down. So we're not really gonna, I think, eliminate anyone if we were to do that. But I do think the clock idea is great. But I don't know. I really don't think it would make that much of a difference. I mean, I think that they would just find, I don't want to limit what people talk about, but I do agree. When it comes to direct, like Mr. Albright had brought up, and you stopped someone earlier, I think that's appropriate, and you doing that is, I think, is definitely necessary.
Well, again, these are all discussions, and they're based upon my experience up here of being attacked and bullied.
Right.
And so as council, as you see your leader, because that's what I am, as well as you all, being attacked, I would think you will see why this was on the agenda, as well as other residents. So if these things are not put on the agenda since I've been on here, that means I'm the only one experiencing them. So I would like you guys to take into consideration, because you don't deal with something, taking consideration of others dealing with something.
No, I am taking into consideration, and I think
This
I
is
might
just a
have
discussion,
brought this up to Mr. Cotton also.
Okay.
But, like I said, I don't know if it would make a difference. I'm trying to think if there's something else maybe besides writing our ideas down. I guess that's where I was kind of leading with it.
Well, we're not putting this in stone. This is a discussion.
Right.
A discussion is just having ideas and opinions, and we come
Right.
back and just It's not setting things in stone. But you have to understand, in order to solve a problem, you gotta see what the problem is about, how it was created, and why it's on the agenda. Stop sweeping stuff under the table because you don't deal with it. And as elected officials, if someone is dealing with something, yes, I am the mayor here, but yes, I'm still a resident here. So the same thing so if I'm dealing with something, it's your job too, to take an effect of how to deal with certain things. That's why you were elected. So,
I only made that comment because I was trying to have a conversation about it. It was just my opinion, I'm sorry.
anybody else?
Our current policy, you would be able to stop someone from we wouldn't have to change the bylaws of council or anything like that to stop someone from personally attacking someone.
No, we're not changing bylaws. We're talking about what other cities are doing, just as a discussion.
Well, maybe like Mr. Curley said, then I am confused by what's on the agenda then. I don't know, because it says discussion on changes to the city council rules of procedure bylaws. I thought we were talking about literally the bylaws of council that are in our ordinances. I don't know. I guess nobody talked to me. I didn't know who put this on the agenda since it doesn't say who, and I had never heard from anybody about this prior to the meeting. But also, yeah, it says that on our agenda, like Mr. Albright said here. And doing the clock, I don't think we need to change anything. You just bring it in, and we'd be good there.
Yeah. And then I know one time we had a council meeting when it got really physical, when it was outrageous. Mr. Director Rohib almost had to lock someone up. So those are different things and different occasions that I looked at as well. And so we we want people to, have freedom of speech, but we also want to be respectful to a certain degree, so we don't have to do those things and it starts getting outrageous. Yes, sir.
There was a time period going back, I think around 2012, when the council decided to take the camera off of the speakers. There was a very unfortunate incident involving the prior police chief and a resident. And so for a time period, the cameras were not recording the individual speaking over the course of time. I forget exactly when that happened. Randy, could you when the council decided to put the cameras back on the speakers? Do you know when that was? In the last 3 years or so?
Yeah, it's probably about 3, maybe 4 years by now.
So that was one change I recall in recent memory, because it was in response to a bad act by, unfortunately, a resident. But that's since been changed back to how it previously was.
Okay. Well, that was just a discussion, like we're going to have many of those. And the next item is the discussion of a potential communications policy. Mr. Cotton, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, would you like to speak? I just keep talking to him because I know you put it together. I apologize. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Okay, thank you.
This is on here at the request of Councilmember Owens, given conversation that we had last week. And I want to thank those of you who monitor Facebook and some of you brave enough to respond in a positive, constructive manner. Unfortunately, that put Councilmember DeMonico in the path of someone calling from Channel 2 News, I think, to get a comment. I think also some of you have been approached related to a variety of, I think the gun, locking, keeping your gun locked in the car. So there's really no policy here. There are communities that have policies that signify who is the spokesperson and under what conditions that might change if someone's not available. And we don't have that here in Eastpointe. So in conversation with Mayor Owens, I spoke about some of these other policies other places, and this is intended as an initial discussion as to whether you would like a communications policy, in which case your new city manager would probably need to adopt or write something for your review. But it is, I think it produces some confusion by not having that in an era of Facebook and social media. That policy might need to be extended as to who can and should be commenting on matters that appear, over the weekend, or something in a way that generates a lot of comments on social media that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Albright, did you want to speak on this a little bit?
Well, the council may want to have a discussion on how the council wants to speak as a whole and having contact with the press. I know that when our office was contacted by a media outlet here within the last couple weeks, and there was an invitation for someone to appear on a show a couple of Sundays ago. What we did was we let the council know that Mr. Erie was going to be appearing on that television show, and if there were any questions regarding his appearance, that we're always available. If there was perhaps a council member that maybe was concerned about that appearance, that we could be contacted, but we wanted to have that out there, so anytime there wasn't a surprise that someone flips on the channel and says, oh, there's our city attorney talking on a show at 8:30 on a Sunday morning. That way, anytime, we just have our own internal policy that anytime that's going to happen, we let the council know that we're going to be making an appearance like that or talking to the press. So to have the discussion this evening, if the council wanted to have any type of discussion regarding if council members talk to the media, I believe that's why this discussion item is here.
Yeah, I added this discussion on the agenda, seeing that conversations were made that should have been directed to the right people, and it wasn't. And before we go let people know what's going on, as council, we need to make sure we talk to the people that actually know what's going on. As far as the person, I wouldn't speak on a shooting that Director Rohib is on or investigating before talking to the director and talking to the city manager before speaking about something you don't know about.
Who are you referring to?
Several things. It could be several things. This is a discussion, so it doesn't happen.
I don't think we've had this as an issue in the city, so at this time, I don't know if a communications policy is necessary. I do like the idea, like, kind of like if we do an interview or something, it's one thing if we do a comment to C&G, but if we're doing like a radio interview or a TV interview or something like along that, to make sure that you do allow the rest of us to know. So, if let's say you were on Fox 2 a month ago, send out an email, I'm gonna be on Fox 2 on Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or whatever, just to kind of let us all know and be aware. So if people do come to us with questions or anything, that we're aware of it. I like that idea, but I don't know if we necessarily need a policy. I think we all can just kind of trust each other to keep each other in the loop of communication for something like that. But I don't think we should have to ask for permission or have it reviewed.
Depends on what it is. So if I go on the news or something and they want to speak on me and my personal experience as mayor, I don't have to get permission from you all to do that because
No,
you don't.
I agree. I totally agree
So,
with you.
but if they're talking about city business, before I go on TV and I know what's going on and don't talk to the people that we hire who have the experience and the knowledge before I go on TV and I know what I'm saying, that looks bad on the city. And as mayor, I am the ambassador and I am the overseer of the city to make sure that we represent the city the right way. And so we need to do it the right way by talking to the people that we have in charge, like the directors and the city managers, or Mr. Blum. They're hired for a reason. I'm not gonna talk about finances unless I come to Mr. Blum and ask him about X, Y, and Z. I'm not gonna talk about certain things that we hired this lady greatly and not talk to her about X, Y, and Z.
No, I totally agree with Ms. Owens about that we should, make sure we have the facts before we speak. But at the same time, I don't want to limit anyone's freedom to speech either, so.
Yeah.
There's not limiting people's freedom of speech. You guys keep saying that. Every policy, every job you worked at, you had an ethics and thing in a communications policy of what I know some people in the audience probably have something they can't say or do on Facebook to work at a location. So please stop saying, if you guys can, stop saying we're trying to stop people from freedom of speech. We're trying to create order here to a certain degree, and we're talking about just asking the right people who we have set to be directors and things like that. Ask them the right questions so that you can serve your city with the right answers. That's all I'm saying. And if you guys can't see that, then I don't know what, we might as well go to the next agenda item.
No, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir, please.
Well, whatever we do, we've got to be very careful about taking our rights away from council members to talk to the media, as long as they make it very clear that they're not talking on behalf of the council, on behalf of the other four people.
But they are.
And if the other, well, if the policy's already been made, they're going to call whoever they can get a hold of and ask for their opinion. And again, as long as that council person's not speaking for the entire council, I don't think there's a problem.
If you're
You know,
elected
it's
by
our
the
first.
people- If you're elected by the people as a mayor, if I say certain things, it's gonna affect the city of Eastpointe. If I
Madam-
say something racist, they're gonna think the city of Eastpointe is racist. If
Ma-
I do something, I speak on behalf of the city. So that's why I have to maintain a certain level in my personal life or outside my public life, because I represent the city of Eastpointe.
I'm
Just like a police officer.
Ma'am-
Director Rohib is not gonna wear that outfit and go act a fool and say, I'm not speaking on behalf of the police, because he's wearing that uniform.
Madam Mayor, at the beginning of the meeting, you said I was rude because you thought I interrupted, which I didn't, and you stopped me right in the middle of a sentence and made your speech. So if I can finish, I would appreciate it. And all I'm saying is that we have our rights to speak to the media if we're not speaking to somebody else. That's all I'm saying. So, but
I agree.
now you can go ahead and talk. You don't have to interrupt me anymore.
Okay, I hope I don't have to. I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Curley. All I'm saying is, you have the freedom to speak, but have the knowledge on what you're speaking on.
I agree with that.
That's all I was saying. I wish you would have heard me before
I
you
heard you.
started speaking.
When you were interrupting me, I heard you.
Okay, anybody else would like to speak before we go to the next item?
Sure,
Mr.
Madam
Blanco.
Mayor, couple points. First of all, we are all one equal vote on city council, and we're all the city council. We're all the policy arm of the city. The city manager runs the executive branch, and then, of course, we have our court where Judge Gerds runs the judicial branch. This, I'm assuming, only made the agenda because I was on Fox 2 News on Tuesday or whatever night that was, talking about a policy that we had discussed at the table here, and I didn't say anything that wasn't correct, so I don't know who or what you're referring to. Everything was exactly what was in our letter. I literally reviewed it. I gave the exact letter to Mr. Baker. He was there too. I called everyone beforehand. I talked to Mr. Cotton for like a half hour before the interview. I called every single one of you on city council before I went on the news. And I don't think I even need to do that. Like I said, I think anybody can go on. We're not going to all agree on everything. So if Mr. Lisinski from CNG wants someone's side of one thing and someone else's side of another, how are we going to have some sort of policy on that? I don't understand. I don't believe we need to do any sort of communications policy.
I think earlier this year, I think I talked about a policy on communications, and I think somewhat you agreed with me when we were talking about Facebook, because I think you said something about that too, about what.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that conversation?
Sure. Yeah. We had a social media policy on the agenda, and
We were talking about it.
we were trying to make a whole bunch of rules for the people, residents and such, posting on Facebook, which I didn't believe we should even be doing. If I recall, I voted completely against the entire policy. I said we should have an internal policy on who, there's a City of Eastpointe page, the PD's got a page, who's an admin on each page, more management, because right now it's just like, I have no idea how things go through the city. It's just not organized. I thought more of that, and it wouldn't be preventing any city council members from posting on anything on whatever social media site. Anybody can post whatever they want as an individual council person.
This is not preventing. This is saying get the right information before you post. Do you agree with that, Ms. Councilman?
Sure, yeah, I don't want any incorrect information out, sure.
Well, that's what this is about.
Okay.
Okay. Going to the next item on the agenda is the approval of massage therapy license. Director Rohib, can you speak on this, please? Rohit,
Certainly,
I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor. This is just a standard procedure. When somebody requests a license, we conduct a background check on that person, such as a criminal history and in-house check for contacts. We run a warrant check, driving record, and sex offender check. In this particular situation, the individual that applied for the license was clear. There's nothing in the background to preclude him from operating this business here in Eastpointe.
I'm sorry, yes.
I just want to know if I can make a motion. Madam Mayor, I motion to concur with the recommendation of Public Safety Director George Rohib and approve the massage therapist license for Mr. Charles Kim.
Can I get, support?
Yeah,
Anybody have a discussion on it?
Yeah, I'll support it.
Okay, we have a motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Item O, Habitat for Humanity. This was just added. Did you want to talk about this, Ms. Doom? I know you probably, or Mr. Cotton, did you want to talk about this?
Mr. Blum, I think, was at the meeting.
Was you at the, okay, Mr. Blunt.
Oh.
Oh, Kim, is she in
She's
the?
here?
She's doing minutes.
Oh, I didn't see her over there.
I can't see her either.
Ms.
break
Holman,
that wall
there
down.
she is. Hi, Ms. Holman. Can you tell the residents your name and your new title and go forward with the agenda item? Okay.
Hi, I'm Kim Holman. I'm the new Economic Development Manager for the City of Eastpointe. And you have questions about the Habitat for Humanity?
Yes, can you
Habitat
speak
for
on that,
Humanity?
please?
Yes, we attended a really interesting meeting with Macomb County Habitat for Humanity. They were awarded funding by the Ford Fund to identify a city partner that would provide 2 vacant lots at a very low cost for Habitat to construct 2 container homes that would then be in turn sold to a veteran or an other individual meeting certain criteria, a couple or a parent and child. It's a very unique project. It is fully supported by the Ford Fund. It will bring a high amount of visibility to the city. It is very creative, and it's a very interesting project. We are looking to submit an application for both lots, offering up 2 vacant lots. We've been out driving and identifying lots that would be where this type of structure would be a better fit in the neighborhood. There will be, we will need some direction from the council to the planning commission to consider, and I don't have the specific details in front of me, but to consider two specifics in terms of variances that may be needed. One in terms of the size of the home. Currently, it's 880 square feet, and these container homes are typically closer to 600 square feet. And then the other would be, again, according to Mary, the building official, for some of the building materials that they would use. But they would meet all of the Michigan construction requirements.
Thank you. Did you want to speak? Did you go to the event as well?
No, I did not.
Okay. You went to the event,
Randy.
Mr. Blum.
Yes.
And you also on the Tax Reversion Commission, too.
Myself and Director Van Haren were at the Habitat meeting as well. The application is due by December 30th. They are going to grant, they're building 2 homes in one city. They're not going to split it between cities. And the feeling was that if we got council to direct planning to start working on the changes that were necessary in advance of the application, that would give us a leg up on the other communities. We personally think we should be a slam dunk for this, but we're trying to solidify it. But yeah, overall, it's a phenomenal opportunity, and this just, I think, helps with the application.
Sounds good to me. Can I get a motion?
Sure, Madam Mayor, I'll motion to direct the Planning Commission to consider and make recommendations for revision of Section 50-70, minimum floor area, and 50-169, exterior building and wall materials, to allow for a greater variety of house size and appearance.
Support.
Moved in support. Anybody want to say anything about this? Well, I definitely will, because I'm very excited about the opportunity. I remember I was emailed about this, and I set the event up very next day with the CEO of the Habitat. And we are actually doing some more things with this, not just having the container homes that's going to provide extra tax revenue for the city of Eastpointe. Also is going to provide homes for veterans. And also the buildings that we own on Kelly, they are interested in fixing those up. And we're going to have something positive. What's that, the Habitat for Humanity, when they sell the reselling of items, restore and things like that. So they're going to, we're in talks about them, you know, using that space as well, so that we can have resources for, you know, veterans and, you know, the community. And so I'm very excited. Actually, we was doing a couple things with them. You know, it's a nonprofit, it helps, you know, community, it helps veterans and things like that. And so we're very excited about this. I'm very excited about it. And it brings more positivity to the city of Eastpointe and something new. And, you know, that's what I'm all about. So we have a motion and support. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
And Councilperson Curley.
Yes.
Next is payroll and bills. We're almost there.
Madam Mayor, I motion to pay the bills in the amount of $4,859,552.68.
Support.
Moving in support. Call the roll, please.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item is the second hearing of the public, and it is open now. If anyone would like to have something to say, everyone gets 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you live.
Christine Timmon, volunteer city mayor, volunteer citizen mayor, I should say, and I'm at 22021 Donald Avenue. And, you know, I love city council meetings. I love them. But I can't lie to God. When you do the prayer like what was done tonight, I didn't stand up. I sat down. I didn't close my eyes. And I didn't do the pledge because I don't see no Constitution going on. So I can't lie to God or I can't lie to the Constitution. You're totally disorganized. And what disorganization brings is more incompetence. Now, Mr. City Attorney there, well, you know I respect his boss very highly. And but some of the things he's saying about what the charter allow, something that may have been written 50 years ago or whenever, may not fit today's demographics and statistics. It doesn't do a city any good under best government practices to have the mayor and the city council combined into one. The cities who do that, corruption abides. It's very, very few cities to do that. It's a conflict of interest, brings about recusal problems like it was with the ranked choice, where they all got together and decided to trash all the white people in Eastpointe. And as a result, they did get the DOJ in here, but what the result was, the black people got thrown under the bus. Now, one black person was elected any doggone thing except the one sitting up there. So, you know, that's what I got to say to you tonight. When something is incompetent, it's worse than corruption. Corruption, you know better than that. So you know you shouldn't be doing it. But if you're incompetent, I've been sitting here tonight 4 hours and 15 minutes of total incompetence. Don't know this was happening. Don't know that was happening. Talking about some pictures all night long. Talking about some cars. Not a word been said about the citizens. What's going to happen to us in the next election? The black people going back up under the bus. Because the common sense will tell you that it is mathematically impossible for a minority to win in a ranked choice. You can't win in a regular one because of the numbers. Well, in ranked choice, guess what? It throws out the minority from the beginning. You ain't even counted. So why aren't people thinking like this? Why aren't people thinking all we need is 4 wards and 1 at large? Voila, we got a city council. The city council
30 seconds, Ms.
supposed to
Timmons.
pick its own president. It looks like conspiracy sometimes, this stuff that's be going on. So I would just say, I didn't hear a word about the citizens. I thought I was gonna hear something about how we're gonna try to get the election fixed so every living human being in Eastpointe will be treated humanely and not eliminate anybody's vote for any reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Anybody else would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Eastpointe resident. Before I go any farther, I want to talk to the mayor. I kind of stepped over the line, and I want to apologize for something I said. But I'm still death on a car. Okay? A lot of stuff that you can do in a car, you can do on a phone. You want to talk to people, you want to call people, do it on a phone. Now, I'm passionate about my city. That's why I said things I shouldn't have. And to prove that, I'm on 3 commissions. I'm on a planning commission, the housing commission, and the elected officials compensation board. I put my money where my mouth is. In fact, when I started coming to council in 2006, we had a problem with our sidewalk ordinance. Myself and 6 other people came up to council week after week after week and tried to get them to change the ordinance. Finally, after 3.5 months, the entire summer, they changed the ordinance. I asked for nothing. And then Harvey Curley and I, we fought the RTA back in 2016. We drove all over Macomb County, Oakland County. I even went into Washington County. And we talked to people and we educated them and we won. Because had we not won, all the trees in that median from 8 Mile to 10 Mile would have been cut down. I asked for nothing. So why do we need to have a car? If you're going to do the car, and I can't tell you whether you should or not, I think there should be a log in it. Okay? When you get in the car, you put your name, the date, the time, your destination. When you come back, you log in again. You put the time in and the mileage. Keeps everybody transparent. That way, the car is only used for city business. Now, let's get into medical marijuana. State threw us under the bus. For the past 1.5 years, I have told council, don't get worked up about this marijuana thing, because the recreational, the medical marijuana is still being played with. Now we have recreation, and they threw us under the bus with that. In the law, it says 50%.
30 minutes, 30 seconds, I'm sorry.
50% of the stuff that's being sold in a dispensary can be sold recreation. And you have nothing to say about it. And I told that to Kevin Hertel last Saturday. And I said to him, don't you guys read the law? I said, you took the rights of the city right out of the whole
Time is up, sir. I'm sorry.
medical marijuana. We have to talk to our people up in Lansing, because this is not going to go well.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jeannie, and I'm a resident of Eastpointe. I wanted to talk about the page that's posted that you discussed up there today. There's a neighborhood community group page. There must be multiple moderators on there as well as administrators. That page is really messed up. I'm a moderator myself. I've cut many people off for many things they've said. You know, I just don't, and a lot of them are not from our city. They're being approved to be on this page. Now, you go to Eastpointe Police page, and George moderates that one, and he responds to that one, and I don't think he has anybody else that helps him on that page. There's no trouble on that page. But it's all the residents voicing their opinion on this page. We're entitled to do that. Nobody up there can stop that. Nobody can take down that page. You can't stop the residents from voicing their opinion.
Are you done, ma'am?
Yeah, I think I'll be done for today.
Okay. Thank you. You had 2 minutes left if you want to keep going. Yes, sir.
Once again, I'm Langston Moore. There's a lot of emotions flying through me right now when I first came in. So first of all, I wanted to say congratulations to you, being on the crew now. Congratulations on your new promo. Earlier I said, when I was saying about the officials of our city, I do believe there should be special perks in everything we do. He's a police officer, you have firefighters. Of course, they need exercise machines, because I don't want no guy who doesn't work out trying to come and save me and my children. You need your strength, so of course you need that machines in those buildings, because if that comes out of my taxes, so what? I work hard, I'm a chef, that's what I do. Now, as of being a mayor and council, now all of a sudden we went from let's have a car for her to now let's give her a group van. Now listen, I'm gonna tell you like this. If you're the mayor, I don't know, like if y'all her team or not, but if somebody comes up here and bash you, Cardi, or you, and as a teammate, I'm gonna back you up. Even if we disagree with each other behind the scenes. But for what I see right here, I feel sorry for you and I want to cry, because a lot of people are against you and they don't even know who you are. They wasn't raised with you. They don't know your family. And a lot that we went through, like I'm not supposed to even say that she's a friend of mine, but I know this girl almost 30 years. And she does so much for people. And for people to be here to just stop you from getting just a picture on the wall. We don't even want you to have that. I almost feel like I'm in the 40s and the 30s. Up here scrabbling for scraps. You want a picture? You're begging for it. You want to ride in my car? Here's a rule for it. And to me, it's sad. It's really sad. And I'm supposed to be a part of Eastpointe, but y'all are pathetic. Y'all are pathetic, man. I've sat here and watched a white kid get slapped. A white kid get slapped the hell out of him. And I sat here, got beat up, got locked up. Not the guy that slapped the kid. I got locked up for protecting a white kid that I did not know. Okay? And this happened in Grand Rapids. But this goes to, I'm just moving forward, because a lot of that race shit said it doesn't matter, but that's what it's all about. And I'm sorry, that's what it is. And I still congratulate you. And trust me, and I'm not comparing you to Jesus, but guess what? Jesus was like perfect, and they hung his ass. Excuse my language.
You got 30 seconds.
But that's the whole point I'm saying. They made Jesus go through a hard time, and he was perfect. So you don't have nothing coming, Mayor Owens, all right? So you better bust your behind 1,000 times harder, because they're going to make you work, okay? But I'm going to tell you, man, she's a good girl, man, a good woman, all right? And I'm telling you, just give her a chance, brothers and sisters. Give her a chance, brother. And if she shows us differently, then by all means, dog her behind out. Because that's what I'm going to do to any other mayor. I will leave. But any other mayor, I will bust they behind too if they don't show us what they working with. So just give her a chance, y'all. That's all I'm saying. To any mayor, white, black, blue, or green, give them a chance. One day your her son might be in the same seat. And you gonna
Mr. Langston, I thank you.
and you're going to want their picture on the wall as well.
Mr. Langston, I thank you, but
I apologize, everybody. Have a blessed night.
My name is Dr. Shaniva Early, Eastpointe resident, Eastpointe Community School treasurer. I was not going to speak, and I decided I just had to. Okay, talking about a picture on the wall and a clock and a room that was never being used is the scope of tonight's discussion. Instead of talking about the things that is necessary for us to become a family city. But you want to complain about a car that is already available, but you don't want her to drive in. You're talking about a room that was empty, but you don't want her to put a desk in. You're talking about a community wall that every other city have, but you don't want her picture on it. Come on, y'all. We got to do better. We have to do better. You're talking about a communication problem. There's no employer that will allow you to speak. If you, the CEO, what he there for? He there to be able to speak for them. I run and own a nonprofit. I cannot speak about anything political. It's against the IRS 501c3 corporation law. Cannot do it. And there's no free speech in that. If I speak on it, I'm going to jail or I'm getting my 501c3 yanked. So school board has a policy. We have one person who can represent us, the president, and that is it. We have a policy. So it is not true. The biggest person in this city who employs the most employees have a spokesperson. So there is nothing wrong with the city council having a spokesperson. There is nothing wrong with anybody going to somebody saying, do I have the facts right? Because that's the problem. Everybody have an opinion, but everybody don't have the facts right. I heard about the agenda. Oh, the mayor wants a car. The mayor wants an office. The mayor wants her picture. But if you read that agenda, it says the city council discussion. This is supposed to be a discussion. Nobody's opinion is supposed to be better than anybody else's. And then it's really? If you grown, act like it. If you're grown, stop taking away everybody's ability to say what they need to say. And stop complaining when they say it. Because if it's true, everybody has the right to speak. Give them the respect due. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? Anybody else would like to speak? The hearing of the public is closed. Next item on the agenda is mayor and council reports. Starting with our newest councilman, Rob Baker.
You're going to put me on the spot to go first.
Sir.
Well, I believe we've all been here long enough. I'm glad to be able to work with you guys. A lot of you know I already do a lot of things in the community, and I just wanted to continue being able to try to help. And that's why I wanted to be here. So I look forward to trying to keep moving forward and making progress with you all.
Councilman Curley, please.
I have nothing tonight.
Councilman DeMonico.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Welcome, Ms. Doom, as the new city manager, and welcome, Councilman Baker. It's good to have everybody up here. Since it is late, I'm going to speed this up. Just wanted to say, so someone I graduated high school with, Marty Crowley, passed away. So keep his family in your thoughts. I just saw him over the summer too, hadn't seen him much lately, but yeah. And also, of course, if you have any more questions about the the lead sewer lines, please let us know. I want to clear up any questions anybody has. Mr. Jakubiak, if you could send us, I tried looking up the medical marijuana discussion point you brought up. I could not find it, so if you can send that to City Council, that would be good. And Ms. Jeannie, I don't think you were saying this, but I just wanted to clear it up for anyone else. The Eastpointe Residents Group is not moderated by the city. That is completely outside the city. The city does not run on Facebook that Eastpointe Residents Group. We have no oversight or administrators or anything on. Oh, man, I guess I spoke too long here. The lights just went out. And actually, this must be our longest meeting ever because I don't recall that ever happening. So, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody, and see you in 2020, I guess.
Councilwoman.
So I'm gonna, no, that's fine. I'm gonna try to make this quick also. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Baker and Mrs. Doom. It's a pleasure to have both of you sitting up here. I would like to thank everyone that came out tonight. I really do appreciate hearing everyone's opinions. I know that it seems like these issues may not be the most important issues, but they're issues and they had to be addressed. And so, I mean, I know it took a long time, but that's what we're here. We're here to have this discussion so we can move forward. I don't think we neglected any item on this agenda having those discussions. So I think that we took all of the important issues into the same amount of consideration, if not more. So, and then on top of that, I'd just like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. I guess it's me now. I'm going to talk. First of all, I want to welcome Ms. Doom. She has been a very supportive person since she's been here, even tonight, with facts and experience and some of the things that was on the agenda and some of the things that I've said. And welcome Rob Baker to the family. You know, every family has arguments and disagreements. This is our family, you know, and so welcome. And also, I want to say we had a good time at the officers. The reserve officers had a get-together. I was there. We had a DJ this time, and we had a good time. Mr. DeMonico was there as well to support our reserve officers and our police officers. I'm always about doing that. Then the Neighborhood Watch is having a Christmas party tomorrow, correct? Is it at 6 o'clock? At 6:30 at Love Life, is that correct? So if you've never been to a Neighborhood Watch event or participated, you're still welcome and you can still sign up. And also the State of the City is coming up in February. It will be at Eastpointe Manor. So I'm excited about that. And I want to say before I end this, I used to bring my kids to the council meetings. I don't anymore. They're 11 years old. And if they would have seen the attacks on their mother from all type of people, I would feel like I was, you know, in Mississippi, 1922. And it's embarrassing how people still act in 2019. It's 2019. And a lot of these issues were drawn out for hours when it's simple. And I apologize to people that felt some type of way tonight. I apologize. I have to apologize for people who don't even know what they say and what they're doing. I'm doing it for them because they don't know. Because if they knew, they would. I hope they would stop because everybody has somebody to answer to. So I apologize for the pain and the hurt that everybody has. Because if you see this tonight, just imagine what I deal with every day by myself. Every day. And I have children I have to raise. They look up to each and every one of you, whether you're white, black, 20, 50, 70, German, Polish. My kids look up to you because you're an adult and you show and you're supposed to represent fairness, diversity, and most of all, love. And I did not see that tonight. So I'm gonna end this council meeting. And Merry Christmas to all of you. And please make sure you celebrate the purpose of what it's for. We're going to adjourn this. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Support.
Motion is supported. Please call the roll.
Councilperson DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilperson Lucido?
Yes.
Councilperson Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilperson Curley?
Yes.
Sorry.
Meeting adjourned.